Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The afternoon light filtered through the haze of dust that perpetually hung over the common world, casting long shadows across the forgotten cityscape. Buildings stood in various states of decay, some merely wounded by time, others collapsed entirely into piles of concrete and steel that formed new, unintentional landscapes. The remnants of the old world's grandeur remained visible in the architectural bones that reached skyward, silent monuments to humanity's former achievement. In this quiet desolation, a small group moved with purpose. 4 figures navigated the debris-strewn streets with the careful precision of those accustomed to the wasteland's many hazards. They carried tools rather than weapons, though each wore a sidearm as pragmatic necessity dictated, and their packs bulged with equipment that spoke of creation rather than destruction. Eliza Chen led the group, her weathered features set in an expression of focused determination. A former Vault Tech engineer who had emerged from Vault 81 with technical knowledge preserved from the old world, she now dedicated her considerable skills to reclamation rather than mere survival. Her eyes continuously scanned their surroundings, not just for threats, but with the analytical assessment of someone visualizing what could be rebuilt from what remained. The city planning archives should be 3 blocks ahead, she noted, consulting the faded map in her hands. The paper had yellowed with age, its creases threatening to tear with each careful unfolding, but the street grid remained legible enough to guide their expedition. If the structural integrity has held as well as these outer buildings suggest, we might find exactly what we're looking for. Behind her, Samuel Rodriguez adjusted the weight of the portable generator strapped to his bag. Unlike Eliza, who had grown up with the relative security of vault living, Sam had been born in the wasteland, his knowledge pieced together from scavenged books and practical experience. His hands bore the calluses of someone who built things that lasted, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of a craftsman. Been inside a lot of these old municipal buildings, he observed, voice carrying the gravelly quality common to those who had breathed Commonwealth dust for decades. The ones built in the mid-21st century typically had reinforced infrastructure, something about expecting the worst while hoping for the best. A small smile softened his weathered features. Ironic, considering how things turned out. The third member of their group, Lily Park, moved slightly ahead, her lighter frame allowing quicker navigation through the rubble. Originally from a small farming settlement north of Boston, she had joined the engineers after they helped install irrigation systems that transformed her community's agricultural capabilities. Younger than her companions, she brought both physical agility and unbridled optimism to their reclamation efforts. The upper floors might be compromised, she noted, examining the building ahead with practiced assessment, but basements and lower levels were often built to withstand significant structural stress. Archives were typically kept below ground level to protect from environmental degradation. The fourth member of their expedition maintained vigilant awareness of their surroundings. Marcus Webb had once served with the Minutemen before dedicating his protective skills to Eliza's engineering team. His rifle remained slung across his back, accessible but not held at ready, as he scanned for the subtle signs of danger that wasteland experience had taught him to recognize. Unlike many Commonwealth survivors whose vigilance had hardened into paranoia, Marcus maintained the quiet alertness of someone who understood that protection enabled progress rather than defined it. The area has been undisturbed for some time, he observed, noting the undisturbed dust and debris patterns. No recent human activity, no signs of larger predators. Most travelers avoid these deeper city zones. Too many collapsed buildings, creating unpredictable routes, not enough salvage visible to attract scavengers. Their cautious progress continued through the afternoon, the sun's position gradually shifting as they navigated the urban maze. What had once been a journey of minutes in the pre-war world now required hours of careful pathfinding, climbing over debris piles, finding passages through partially collapsed structures, occasionally backtracking when routes proved impassable. Yet they maintained steady movement toward their objective, the patience of those committed to long-term restoration rather than quick salvage. As they approached their destination, the Municipal Planning Center gradually revealed itself. A 6-story structure of concrete and steel that had weathered the centuries with surprising resilience. While the upper floors showed significant damage, with windows long since shattered and portions of the facade crumbled away, the main structure remained largely intact. The building stood as testament to the durability of pre-war construction when designed with preservation in mind. "There," Eliza said, pointing to what had once been the main entrance, now partially obstructed by a fallen light post and accumulated debris. According to the archives we found in Cambridge, this facility housed complete urban planning documentation, infrastructure schematics, and municipal engineering records for this entire district. If even a portion remains intact, it could provide invaluable guidance for our restoration efforts. The team paused at a suitable distance, taking time to observe the building and its immediate surroundings, with the methodical caution that had kept them alive through countless expeditions. Marcus conducted a security assessment, looking for signs of occupation or hazards. Sam examined the structural stability, determining the safest approach and entry points. Lily checked her Pip-Boy's radiation sensors, confirming levels remained within acceptable parameters for unshielded exploration. Main entrance appears blocked beyond practical clearing capacity with our current equipment, Sam noted after completing his assessment. However, there's a service entrance on the eastern side that shows minimal obstruction. Building alignment suggests it would provide direct access to lower levels, where archives were likely housed. With approach strategy determined, they proceeded toward the indicated service entrance, a reinforced door set within a recessed loading bay that had once accommodated deliveries to the municipal offices. Years of exposure had seized the door's hinges, but the frame remained structurally sound. Sam retrieved a pry bar from his pack and, with Marcus's assistance, gradually worked the door open with methodical leverage rather than forcing it. The disciplined patience of experienced engineers showed in their approach, understanding that preservation of existing infrastructure served their long-term goals better than expedient but damaging solutions. The door finally yielded with a reluctant groan of metal that momentarily disturbed the afternoon quiet. Stale air escaped from the opening, carrying the distinct scent of enclosed spaces long undisturbed by human presence. Dust, paper, and the faint metallic tang of deteriorating electronics. Their lights revealed a loading area beyond, remarkably intact compared to most Commonwealth interiors they had explored. No immediate hazards detected, Marcus confirmed after a preliminary sweep of the visible space. Structural integrity appears sound in this section. Proceed with standard exploration protocol, minimum necessary illumination to conserve power. They entered in practiced formation, lights mounted on their shoulder straps providing illumination while leaving hands free for navigation or defense if needed. The building's interior gradually revealed itself as they advanced. A service corridor leading from the loading area, office spaces branching off to either side, directional signage still visible on walls despite centuries of neglect. Most importantly for their mission, a floor directory remained legible near a central stairwell, confirming that archives occupied the basement level as they had hoped. Stairs appear intact, Lily observed, shining her light down the concrete stairwell. Some debris but passable without climbing equipment. Architectural reinforcement typical of municipal construction of this era. These stairwells were designed as emergency routes in case of power failure or other critical situations. Their descent proceeded with methodical care, each step tested before bearing full weight, handrails checked for stability before being trusted for support. The building had weathered the centuries remarkably well in these core areas, protected from direct exposure to Commonwealth weather patterns and the more destructive elements of post-war humanity. As they reached the basement level, the change in environment became immediately apparent. The air cooler, the dust layer thinner, the sense of preservation stronger in the absence of windows or external access points that would have admitted precipitation or wind-blown debris. Archives should be through the main corridor according to the directory, Eliza noted, orienting herself with help from the building's signage. Her light revealed a hallway stretching ahead, doors on either side labeled with departmental designations, records, storage, maintenance, building services, and finally, city planning archive. The archive entrance consisted of double doors with reinforced frames, designed for both security and fire protection in the pre-war era. Unlike the exterior service entrance, these internal doors yielded to pressure without requiring tools, their mechanisms having been better protected from environmental deterioration. Beyond lay exactly what they had hoped to find, a vast repository of municipal knowledge preserved in physical form. Remarkable, Sam breathed, his light playing across rows of filing cabinets, plan drawers, and reinforced storage units. The room stretched further than their lights could illuminate, suggesting a comprehensive collection rather than mere supplementary storage. This could contain complete infrastructure documentation for the entire district. Water systems, power grids, transportation networks, building specifications. Exactly what we need for sustainable restoration rather than makeshift repairs. Eliza moved immediately to a central reference desk, where a terminal sat beneath 2 centuries of dust. Unlike the more exposed electronic systems they often encountered in Commonwealth exploration, this equipment had been shielded from radiation, precipitation, temperature extremes, and human interference. She brushed away the accumulated dust with careful motions, revealing a standard Robco interface that appeared remarkably intact. Power reserves likely depleted, she assessed, examining the connection ports with practiced eye. However, physical condition suggests internal components may remain functional. Sam, let's connect the portable generator and see if we can initiate a controlled power-up sequence. While Eliza and Sam worked on the terminal, Lily began a methodical survey of the physical archives, creating an inventory of available resources. Her Pip-Boy light illuminated cabinet labels as she moved through the rows, documenting the organizational system to facilitate efficient retrieval once they identified specific needs. Marcus established security within the archive entrance, ensuring their work could proceed without concern for unexpected threats from the building's unexplored sections. The portable generator hummed to life under Sam's careful calibration, a soft, rhythmic sound that seemed almost respectful of the quiet that had claimed the archives for centuries. He connected power to the terminal through a specialized adapter designed for interfacing with pre-war equipment, providing carefully regulated current to minimize risk to potentially fragile components. Initiating minimal power sequence, Eliza narrated as her fingers moved across the keyboard with practiced precision, bypassing standard startup diagnostics to prevent potential system lockdown if security protocols activate, accessing core directory functions only. The terminal screen flickered reluctantly before illuminating with the characteristic green text of Robco Systems. Unlike many terminals they encountered in their work, this one displayed no error messages or corruption indicators, its isolated environment having preserved functionality to a remarkable degree. The Municipal Archives directory appeared on screen, revealing a comprehensive cataloging system for the city's infrastructure and planning documentation. The system appears fully operational, Eliza announced, professional satisfaction evident in her voice despite her measured tone. Archive index intact. Cataloging structure allows for specific document retrieval rather than bulk extraction, which will conserve our documentation resources. Sam joined her at the terminal, his expression reflecting the quiet excitement of discovery that motivated their work beyond mere survival necessity. Begin with core infrastructure systems. Water distribution network would provide immediate benefit to our restoration efforts in the North District settlement. Eliza nodded agreement, navigating through the directory with increasingly confident keystrokes as she reacquainted herself with the terminal's interface. Water, power, and structural reinforcement specifications for residential zones. Those represent our priority objectives for the current restoration phase. As they worked at the terminal, identifying and marking critical documentation for retrieval, Lily continued her methodical inventory of the physical archives. A systematic approach suddenly paused as her light revealed a section different from the municipal documentation that dominated the collection. "Found something interesting," she called, her voice carrying easily in the archive's still air. Separate section, secured cabinet, labeled Project Renewal, appears to be research documentation rather than standard municipal records. This discovery drew both Sam and Marcus to her position, while Eliza continued documenting the core infrastructure schematics they had located in the digital catalogue. The cabinet Lily had discovered featured more substantial security measures than those housing routine municipal documents. Reinforced construction and a locked access panel, suggesting contents of particular value or sensitivity. Pre-war lock mechanism, standard government security protocol, Sam assessed, examining the panel without attempting to force it. Designed to prevent unauthorized access without proper clearance. Marcus studied the cabinet with the practical assessment of someone familiar with Commonwealth security systems, both pre-war and improvised. Could force it open, but likely damage the mechanism and possibly the contents. Better to look for access credentials if they exist within the archive. Eliza joined them momentarily, having set the terminal to download critical water system schematics to their portable data storage device. "What have you found?" "Secured research documentation," Lily explained, indicating the cabinet's designation. "Project Renewal, not referenced in any of the standard municipal categorization we've encountered previously." This discovery added intriguing dimension to their expedition. While the infrastructure documentation remained their primary objective, The Brotherhood of Steel's teachings about pre-war technology had instilled proper caution regarding research projects, particularly those with secured access protocols. Understanding such technologies, rather than blindly implementing them, represented responsible reclamation rather than potentially repeating past mistakes. "Let me check the main terminal directory," Eliza suggested. If the project had official municipal authorization, access credentials might be stored in the administrative section. Returning to the terminal, she navigated through deeper directory structures, accessing administrative protocols that organize security clearances for various municipal departments. After several minutes of methodical searching, her persistence yielded results. "Found reference to Project Renewal," she reported, scanning the information displayed on screen. "Joint initiative between Municipal Planning and Commonwealth Institute of Technology. Described as urban revitalization through automated infrastructure management. Security clearance authorization appears accessible through terminal override protocols." With careful precision, Eliza implemented the administrative override, documenting each step in her notebook to ensure their understanding of the system rather than merely exploiting access. The terminal processed her commands, eventually displaying a security clearance notification and printing a small access card from a slot they had not previously noticed beside the keyboard. "Temporary authorization generated," she explained, retrieving the card. Pre-war systems often included physical authentication components as secondary verification, designed to prevent remote hacking while maintaining convenient access for authorized personnel. Returning to the secured cabinet, Lily accepted the access card and carefully inserted it into the reader's slot adjacent to the lock mechanism. A moment of anticipation passed before a soft click indicated successful authorization, followed by the release of the locking bolts. The cabinet doors opened smoothly despite centuries without use, revealing neatly organized research binders, technical schematics, and several holotape storage devices. "Complete project documentation," Lily observed, carefully removing the materials for preliminary assessment. "Research proposals, implementation plans, technical specifications, and progress reports. Final documentation dated October 2077, just before the Great War." The team gathered around a nearby work table, establishing proper illumination before beginning their examination of the Project Renewal materials. Unlike their hurried salvage operations in less secure environments, this archive afforded them time for proper documentation and understanding before determining what to preserve physically versus recording in summary form. Marcus maintained security awareness while participating in the assessment, his practical perspective valuable for evaluating potential applications beyond technical specification. Project Renewal appears to have been an automated urban management system, Eliza summarized as they progressed through the documentation. Integrated monitoring and maintenance of key infrastructure, water purification, power distribution, structural integrity assessment, even atmospheric filtration. The system utilized a network of specialized robots and central processing stations to identify and address infrastructure degradation without human intervention. Sam studied the technical schematics with growing interest, his engineering background allowing rapid assessment of feasibility and potential adaptation to current Commonwealth conditions. Remarkably sophisticated for its era, but designed with practical implementation rather than theoretical research, these specifications appear complete enough for potential reconstruction of key components. Lily focused on the implementation documentation, which detailed installation locations and operational parameters. According to these records, a prototype system was installed in this district's municipal infrastructure. Central processing hub located in the sub-basement of this building, with monitoring nodes distributed throughout nearby utility networks. This revelation transformed their archival expedition into something more significant. Rather than merely discovering documentation of pre-war systems, they had potentially located an actual technological resource that, if even partially functional, could dramatically accelerate their restoration efforts. The automated assessment capabilities alone would provide invaluable data about structural integrity and infrastructure status that would otherwise require months of manual survey work. If the central hub remains intact, it represents a resource beyond our initial expectations, Eliza noted, the measured excitement of an engineer recognizing transformative potential while maintaining practical assessment. However, activation of dormant systems requires proper precaution. Pre-war automation sometimes included security protocols or defensive capabilities that could mistake our presence for unauthorized interference. Sam nodded agreement, his expression reflecting both enthusiasm for the discovery and appropriate caution based on their collective experience with pre-war technology. Controlled assessment first. Determine system status without full activation. Document thoroughly before attempting any operational restoration. With this balanced approach determined, they gathered essential documentation and prepared to investigate the sub-basement level where the Project Renewal's central hub had reportedly been installed. Marcus led their descent via a secured stairwell indicated in the implementation schematics, checking structural integrity before allowing the team to follow. Unlike the main archive level, which had shown minimal degradation, the sub-basement revealed evidence of water infiltration from adjacent utility tunnels. Not catastrophic flooding, but sufficient moisture to create concerns about electronic equipment condition. The central hub room appeared as they rounded the final stairwell corner. A circular chamber dominated by what was clearly specialized computing equipment arranged around a central console. Unlike the utilitarian design of most municipal systems, this installation featured the distinctive aesthetic of Commonwealth Institute of Technology projects: sleek lines, intuitive interface design, and construction quality that had allowed it to remain visibly intact despite environmental exposure. Remarkable preservation, Eliza observed as they entered the chamber, lights revealing details of the installation. Primary moisture damage appears limited to external housing rather than core components. Power distribution system includes isolation protocols to prevent cascade failure during outages. The team established temporary lighting using their portable equipment, creating a work environment that allowed proper assessment without relying solely on handheld illumination. Sam carefully examined the power intake system, determining how their generator might safely interface with the hub's original power management components. Lily documented the physical configuration through detailed sketches and photography, creating reference materials for potential replication if full restoration proved impractical. Marcus established security within the chamber entrance, while maintaining participation in the technical discussion, his practical perspective valuable despite lacking formal engineering training. Power system appears designed for phased activation, Sam reported after completing his examination. Multiple redundancy layers, independent circuit isolation. We can initiate diagnostic systems without enabling operational capacity, allowing assessment without risking unintended activation of connected infrastructure components. Eliza considered this assessment while reviewing the technical documentation they had brought from the archives. Diagnostic mode referenced in maintenance protocols requires specific initiation sequence to prevent security interpretation as system compromise attempt. With methodical care, they prepared for controlled system assessment. The portable generator was positioned optimally and connected through appropriate power regulation equipment to prevent surge damage to potentially fragile components. Environmental sensors from their expedition equipment were placed at strategic locations to monitor any changes in radiation levels, temperature, or air composition that might indicate unintended system activation. Initiating minimum power sequence, Sam announced as he carefully calibrated the generator output. 15% capacity, restricted to diagnostic circuitry according to implementation schematics. The chamber remained silent for several moments after power initiation, the team watching carefully for any response from the dormant system. Then, with a subtle electronic tone that seemed almost questioning, status indicators on the central console illuminated with amber light, not the full operational green that would indicate complete activation, but confirmation that core systems remained functional despite centuries of dormancy. Diagnostic circulation responding, Eliza noted, approaching the console with careful movements. System appears to be performing internal component assessment before accepting external input, consistent with design security protocols. The console gradually displayed more active indicators as internal diagnostics progressed, eventually illuminating a simple interface screen with text requesting maintenance authentication. Eliza retrieved the access credentials they had generated from the archive terminal, carefully inserting the card into an appropriate slot on the console's surface. The system processed this input briefly before displaying a maintenance menu with various diagnostic options. Authentication accepted, she confirmed, studying the displayed options with focused attention. Diagnostic menu provides system status without activating external connections. We can assess overall condition without risking unintended consequences to surrounding infrastructure. The team gathered around the console as Eliza navigated through diagnostic menus, documenting each screen with careful notes and occasional photography. The system revealed its status with surprising clarity. Approximately 60% of core functions remained potentially operational, with primary degradation in external communication modules rather than central processing capabilities. Most significantly, the automated assessment functionality, the feature most immediately valuable for their restoration efforts, showed minimal corruption in its programming structures. This exceeds reasonable expectations for system preservation, Sam observed, professional assessment momentarily giving way to genuine wonder. Even partial functionality would dramatically accelerate our survey capabilities. The autonomous monitoring alone would provide structural integrity data we couldn't gather manually without years of effort. As they continued exploring diagnostic information, the system suddenly displayed a notification they hadn't requested, a priority alert regarding connected infrastructure components. Text scrolled across the screen, indicating deterioration in water management systems beyond acceptable parameters, suggesting imminent failure in key junctions if left unaddressed. System appears to be automatically reporting critical infrastructure status despite remaining in diagnostic mode, Lily noted, her tone reflecting both surprise and concern, suggesting higher level of autonomous function than documentation indicated. The console screen shifted to display a detailed map of the surrounding district, highlighting specific locations where water system integrity had been compromised. Small icons indicated what appeared to be automated repair units, dormant but potentially functional if activated. Positioned throughout the infrastructure network, a prompt appeared asking if maintenance authorization should be extended to automated repair systems. This development required careful consideration. The potential benefit of automated infrastructure assessment and repair represented exactly the technological assistance their restoration efforts needed. However, activating systems without fully understanding their operational parameters and potential security protocols carried risk, particularly when dealing with autonomous functionality designed before the war. "We need to proceed with appropriate caution," Eliza advised, studying both the system prompt and the documentation they had retrieved. Full activation without comprehensive understanding could trigger security protocols or create unintended consequences in connected systems. However, the diagnostic data alone provides invaluable information about infrastructure status. Sam nodded agreement, his expression thoughtful as he considered balanced approach options. Retrieve complete diagnostic data without authorizing automated intervention. This information will guide our manual restoration efforts while we properly study the system's operational parameters. Once we fully understand the technology, we can make informed decisions about potential activation of automated components. This measured approach represented the responsible middle path, neither rejecting valuable technology out of excessive caution nor implementing it without proper understanding. Eliza initiated the data extraction protocol, indicated in the maintenance documentation, connecting their portable storage device to an appropriate interface port on the console. As the system began transferring diagnostic information, however, an unexpected power fluctuation surged through the connection. Warning indicators illuminated across the console as the system interpreted this fluctuation as potential compromise attempt, activating security protocols that hadn't been visible in the diagnostic. The central hub's ambient lighting shifted from amber to pulsing red, and a synthesized voice announced security containment procedures initiating throughout the facility. Power regulation failure, Sam identified immediately, moving to disconnect their generator before further surge damage could occur. Likely degradation in the buffer components after centuries of inactivity. System interpreting power instability as security threat. The consequences of this misinterpreted threat became quickly apparent as mechanical sounds emanated from adjacent maintenance bays. Dormant security protocols activating automated response units designed to protect the facility from unauthorized access or tampering. The team had encountered such security measures in other pre-war installations, typically involving Protectron units programmed for facility defense. "Defensive units activating," Marcus warned, shifting position to provide better protection for the engineering team while they attempted to address the technical situation. "Standard Protectron security response likely. Maintain position near the console while I establish security perimeter." Unlike wasteland factions that typically responded to such situations with immediate weapons fire, the team's extensive experience with pre-war technology guided their response. Eliza focused on the console interface, searching for security override protocols, while Sam addressed the power regulation issue that had triggered the response. Lily assisted Marcus in establishing defensive positioning that would allow negotiation rather than combat if the security units permitted communication. The first Predatron emerged from a recessed maintenance bay moments later, its optical sensors scanning the chamber as it processed the security alert. Unlike many such units encountered throughout the Commonwealth, this Predatron appeared remarkably intact, its housing showing minimal degradation, movements smooth rather than the jerky motion characteristic of poorly maintained robots. Its programming identified the team as unauthorized presence during security protocol implementation, but the sophisticated Project Renewal systems apparently included more nuanced response options than standard eliminate on-site programming. "You unorthodox dependent during security containment," the Protectron announced. its synthesized voice echoing in the chamber. Please present valid authentication or vacate facility immediately. This communication opportunity presented their best option for de-escalation. Eliza carefully held up the authentication card they had used for system access, ensuring clear visibility for the Protectron's optical sensors. We have maintenance authorization from the archive terminal. System misinterpreted power fluctuation as security threat. We are conducting authorized assessment of project renewal facilities. The Protectron paused its advance, optical sensors focusing on the displayed credentials. Its processing required several seconds, longer than typical for security assessment, suggesting more comprehensive authentication verification than standard Protectron units. When it responded, the changed vocal tone indicated a shift in operational protocols. Authentication recognized. Security alert modified to technical multifunctional status. Maintenance assistance required for power regeneration systems. How may this unit assist? Authorized maintenance personnel. This successful de-escalation validated their measured approach to the situation. Rather than creating a combat scenario, their understanding of the system's authentic security protocols had allowed appropriate response that maintained both their safety and the valuable technological resource they had discovered. Sam stepped forward, engaging directly with the Protectron's maintenance functionality. Our regulation system experienced surge event during diagnostic data extraction. Require assistance stabilizing buffer components and completing secure data transfer without triggering additional security protocols. The Protectron processed this request before responding with surprising helpfulness. This unit can provide power to all action columns, and please disconnect external power source and allow facility emergency reserves to manage controlled Shugshab. Sequence. Following this guidance, they carefully disconnected their generator while the Protectron interfaced with a previously unnoticed access panel near the console. The security lighting gradually transitioned from pulsing red back to stable amber as the system recognized authorized intervention rather than hostile interference. The data transfer resumed under controlled conditions, properly capturing the comprehensive infrastructure assessment they had sought. As the system completed data extraction and initiated proper shutdown sequence, the Prototron provided unexpected additional information. Project renewal systems retained 64% operational capacity after extended dormanking. Primary degradation in external communication networks rather than core restoration. Automated infrastructure assessment and repair capabilities can be restored to operational successment and repair capabilities. Can be restored to operational successment and repair capabilities. Can be restored to operational successment and repair capabilities. Can be restored to operational successment. This confirmation from the system's own maintenance protocols validated their initial assessment, while providing additional technical detail that would guide restoration efforts. The Protectron continued sharing information as the system powered down, describing backup data storage locations, additional maintenance access points throughout the district, and correct power restoration procedures for future reactivation efforts. As twilight approached outside, the team gathered their acquired documentation and data storage devices, preparing for departure with considerably more valuable resources than they had anticipated finding. The Project Renewal Hub returned to dormancy with proper shutdown protocols rather than emergency power loss, preserving its functionality for future restoration work. The Protectron returned to its maintenance bay, entering standby mode rather than complete deactivation. A guardian of technology that had waited centuries for humanity to return with the knowledge to use it responsibly. This discovery exceeds our most optimistic expectations, Eliza noted as they prepared to depart, carefully packing the retrieved documentation and data devices. Not just infrastructure schematics, but potentially functional automated assessment technology. This could reduce years of survey work to weeks, allowing us to prioritize restoration efforts based on comprehensive data rather than visual inspection alone. Sam nodded agreement, his expression reflecting the quiet satisfaction of meaningful discovery rather than mere salvage. The responsible approach remains careful study before implementation. Complete analysis of the diagnostic data, thorough review of operational documentation, proper understanding of all system parameters. But the potential benefit for our restoration initiatives is immense. Their journey back through the archives and up to the building's main level proceeded with the efficient coordination of an experienced team. Additional documentation was selected based on their now discretion understanding of municipal infrastructure, carefully preserved for transport to their settlement workshop. Marcus maintained security vigilance despite the building having proven safer than most Commonwealth locations. The discipline that had kept them alive through countless expeditions, undiminished by their success. As they emerged from the municipal planning center into the fading evening light, the cityscape around them seemed somehow different, not physically changed, but transformed by possibility. What had appeared as merely ruins to be salvaged now represented potential for genuine restoration. The knowledge they carried, both in documented form and in the digital data stored in their devices, offered guidance for rebuilding rather than merely scavenging. Their return journey would take them north toward the settlement where their engineering workshop had been established, a growing community founded on the principle that Commonwealth recovery required more than survival. As darkness settled over the wasteland, their lights created a small procession of purpose through the gathering shadows. 4 figures carrying hope in the tangible form of recovered knowledge and technological understanding. While the engineering team continued their journey northward with their precious cargo of municipal plans and technological discovery, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a solitary figure worked tirelessly in a makeshift workshop. Surrounded by blueprints and salvaged materials, an architect crafted models of buildings designed not just to shelter, but to inspire, as tools shaped metal and wood into small-scale visions of what might be. Our next tale begins in the quiet determination of a dreamer who believes beauty still has place in the wasteland. Join us for The Architect's Dream. Morning light spilled across the Commonwealth in gentle increments, gradually revealing a landscape transformed by nuclear devastation, yet still bearing the quiet dignity of renewal. The sunrise painted the wasteland in soft amber hues, warming the broken concrete and weathered steel that had once formed humanity's proudest achievements. Dew collected on wild mutt fruit blossoms growing improbably from cracks in the pavement, their purplish fruit gleaming with moisture in the early light. Within this atmospheric tableau of destruction and persistence, a solitary figure moved with patient purpose. Daniel Hayes navigated the remains of what had once been a suburban neighborhood with the practiced ease of someone intimately familiar with the terrain's hazards. His tall frame carried a pack laden with tools and materials rather than weapons, though a weathered 10mm pistol remained holstered at his hip. A pragmatic concession to the Commonwealth's dangers rather than his preferred means of interacting with the world. Once a promising architectural student at the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, Daniel had emerged from Vault 81 with knowledge preserved from the old world but tempered by the new reality he encountered. Where many survivors focused solely on immediate necessities, food, water, shelter in their most rudimentary forms, Daniel maintained what some considered an impractical dream, the belief that beauty and thoughtful design remained essential, even in a world rebuilt from ruin. He paused atop a small rise, surveying the landscape ahead with an artist's eye rather than merely assessing it for threats. The broken skyline of Boston rose in the distance, shattered towers catching the morning light like the jagged crown of a fallen civilization. Closer, the suburban sprawl displayed the characteristic pattern of post-war habitation. Some structures collapsed entirely, others partially reclaimed by determined settlers who had adapted their broken forms to serve basic needs. Function without form, Daniel murmured to himself, a phrase that had become something of a personal mantra. They build to survive, not to live. His destination appeared ahead. A two-story structure that had once been a small community library. Unlike the surrounding buildings that had been scavenged repeatedly for readily accessible materials, the library remained relatively intact, its solid construction having withstood both the initial devastation and the subsequent centuries of neglect. Most importantly for Daniel's purposes, its interior spaces offered both security and natural light, ideal conditions for the architectural work that occupied his days. As he approached the building with unhurried steps, Daniel's attention remained divided between potential hazards and the aesthetic details that most wasteland travelers overlooked. His eyes noted the elegant proportions of the library's facade, the thoughtful window placement that had once provided ideal reading light, the subtle decorative elements that elevated the structure beyond mere utility. These observations weren't merely nostalgic appreciation. They formed part of his ongoing study of pre-war architectural principles that might be adapted to post-war materials and conditions. The library's main entrance had long since lost its doors to scavengers, but Daniel had secured the interior with a series of carefully designed barricades that could be navigated by someone who knew the pattern while presenting a formidable obstacle to casual intruders. He moved through this protective maze with practiced efficiency, finally entering the main reading room that served as his workshop and living space. Morning light streamed through tall windows, creating pools of illumination across tables covered with architectural drawings, material samples, and small structural models. Unlike the chaotic clutter that characterized many wasteland dwellings, Daniel maintained meticulous organization. Tools arranged precisely on hanging boards, reference materials shelved in logical categories, living essentials confined to a modest area that didn't intrude on his workspace. This ordered environment reflected both his training and his philosophy, the belief that thoughtful arrangement of space influenced mental well-being and productivity. After securing the entrance behind him, Daniel performed his morning ritual with methodical precision. A small cooking station constructed from salvaged components heated water for tea, a luxury he cultivated through careful trading with caravan merchants. While the water heated, he reviewed his previous day's work, adjusting drawings and examining material tests with critical assessment rather than immediate satisfaction. The central table displayed his current project, detailed architectural plans for a community center designed to serve a growing settlement approximately 20 miles northwest of Boston. Unlike the haphazard structures typically cobbled together from salvaged materials, Daniel's design incorporated both practical function and deliberate aesthetic elements. The building's form responded to available materials while elevating them through thoughtful proportion and deliberate sightline. Interior spaces were arranged to foster community interaction while providing appropriate privacy. Most importantly, the structure incorporated passive heating and cooling principles that would reduce resource requirements while improving comfort. Sustainable design adapted to post-nuclear conditions. A settlement needs more than walls and a roof, he said softly to himself, a reminder of purpose as much as philosophical statement. People need spaces that nurture the spirit while protecting the body. Daniel's architectural practice had evolved through years of study and experimentation. After emerging from the vault, he had initially struggled to find acceptance for his vision among Commonwealth settlements focused on immediate survival. Gradually, he had demonstrated the practical benefits of thoughtful design. Structures that required fewer resources to maintain, spaces that enhanced productivity through appropriate arrangement, defensive elements integrated elegantly rather than imposed clumsily. Settlement leaders began seeking his consultation, initially for practical improvements, but increasingly appreciating the less tangible benefits his designs provided to community cohesion and resident well-being. The morning progressed with focused productivity as Daniel refined structural details for the community center project. His drawings balanced artistic vision with pragmatic realism, acknowledging material limitations while refusing to surrender completely to mere functionality. Where standard Commonwealth construction might utilize salvaged metal sheets haphazardly assembled, Daniel's designs specified careful cutting and alignment to create visual rhythm within necessary structural support. Where others might consider windows a defensive liability, he incorporated thoughtful placement that balanced security concerns with the psychological benefits of natural light and visual connection to the surrounding environment. As midday approached, Daniel paused in his drafting work and moved to a different section of his workshop. Here, a large table displayed a topographic model of the settlement he was currently designing for. A growing community established around a pre-war water treatment facility that provided both clean water and defensive positioning. Small wooden blocks represented existing structures, while open spaces awaited the community center and additional housing units he was designing. This physical model served multiple purposes in his process. Beyond the practical representation of spatial relationships, it allowed experimentation with form and arrangement that sometimes revealed insights not immediately apparent in two-dimensional drawings. Most importantly, it provided an effective communication tool when discussing concepts with settlement leaders whose technical understanding of architectural drawings might be limited, but who could immediately comprehend spatial relationships when demonstrated in model form. Daniel carefully adjusted the positioning of several elements, considering how morning and afternoon light would interact with the proposed structures, how movement patterns through the settlement might be improved through thoughtful arrangement, how defensive sight lines could be maintained without creating an atmosphere of constant vigilance. His fingers moved with the delicate precision of someone accustomed to creating. Harmony between necessity and aspiration, he murmured, another personal principle that guided his work. The phrase captured his fundamental approach, acknowledging the harsh realities of Commonwealth survival, while refusing to surrender the human need for beauty and meaning within constructed environments. A subtle change in the quality of light interrupted his concentration, the shadow pattern shifting in a way that suggested movement near the library entrance. Daniel paused, listening carefully, while reaching carefully toward the pistol he kept within arm's reach, despite his preference for creation over destruction. The Commonwealth had taught even the most idealistic survivors the necessity of practical defenses. The distinctive sound of a footstep confirmed his suspicion. someone navigating his security barricades with more determination than skill. After securing his most valuable drawings in a concealed compartment beneath his drafting table, Daniel moved silently to a position offering both cover and clear sightline to the entrance. His hand rested on his pistol but didn't draw it. Experience had taught him that assumptions about hostile intent often created the very conflict they anticipate. The figure that eventually emerged from the entrance barricade was not the raider or scavenger Daniel might have expected, but a young woman, wearing the distinctive attire of a provisional Minutemen recruit. She carried a laser musket, but it remained pointed downward rather than in ready position. Her expression showed a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty as she surveyed the workshop space, clearly not having expected such an organized and purpose-specific environment. "Hello," she called, her voice carrying the characteristic accent of someone raised in the northern Commonwealth settlements. "I'm looking for Daniel Hayes. The settlement coordinator at Greenfield sent me." Daniel emerged from his position with deliberate movements, hands visible to prevent startling the visitor. "I'm Daniel Hayes," he confirmed, maintaining cautious distance until he could better assess the situation. "Greenfield is Jonas Chan's settlement, correct? The water treatment facility?" The woman nodded, visible relief softening her features. "Yes, that's right. I'm Sarah Mitchell, provisional scout with the Minutemen. Jonas asked me to deliver this to you and see if you'd consider an expanded project scope." She carefully removed a sealed package from her pack, placing it on a nearby table rather than approaching directly, a respectful acknowledgement of wasteland caution regarding personal space and security. Daniel recognized the careful handwriting on the package, Jonas Chen's distinctive style, developed through years of maintaining technical documentation for the water treatment systems his settlement operated. The seal appeared intact, suggesting legitimate delivery rather than intercepted communication. After a moment's consideration, he gestured toward a small seating area established near the library's former circulation desk. "Please, sit if you'd like. I have clean water and some mutt fruit if you've traveled far." The offer represented standard Commonwealth hospitality, acknowledgement that journeys between settlements involved risk, and deserved recognition, regardless of the visitor's specific purpose. Sarah accepted the invitation with visible appreciation, settling her pack beside a chair that offered good visibility of both the entrance and the workshop space. "Thank you. It's been a long walk from Greenfield. The direct route is still compromised by that radstorm that settled in the quarry, so I had to circle east through Bedford." This information matched Daniel's understanding of regional conditions, further supporting the visitor's legitimate purpose. As she drank from the purified water he provided, Daniel carefully opened the sealed package. Inside lay an expanded project brief for the Greenfield Community Center. Additional material resources had become available through successful trade negotiations, allowing for enhancements to the original design scope. More significantly, Jonas included documentation indicating that 3 nearby settlements had expressed interest in similar architectural services after seeing Daniel's preliminary designs during a regional council meeting. "Jonas speaks highly of your work," Sarah noted as Daniel reviewed the materials. "Says you're the only person in the Commonwealth who thinks about buildings as more than just walls against radiation and raiders." The council meeting got quite animated when he showed your designs, especially the way you'd integrated the community gathering space with the defensive positioning. Made people realize they could have security without feeling like they lived in a prison. Daniel nodded, professional satisfaction visible despite his typically reserved demeanor. "That's precisely the balance I strive for. Defensive necessity doesn't require surrendering human dignity or community connection. Thoughtful design can serve practical needs while nurturing less tangible but equally important aspects of rebuilding civilization. Their conversation continued as Daniel prepared a simple meal, Brahmin jerky and fresh mutfruit, supplemented with herbal tea brewed from plants he cultivated, in containers arranged near the south-facing windows. Sarah shared information about Minutemen efforts to establish more reliable communication between settlements, while Daniel explained some of the architectural principles guiding his community-centered designs. The Minutemen are trying to accomplish something similar in our own way, Sarah observed, gesturing toward the settlement model on Daniel's workbench. Most people think we're just about defense, showing up when raiders attack, but General Preston's vision goes further. He talks about rebuilding the Commonwealth through connected communities that support each other. Security is just the foundation. What matters is what we build on top of it. This perspective resonated with Daniel's own philosophy. Though he maintained the independence he needed for his architectural practice, he recognized the Minutemen's efforts as complementary to his own vision of thoughtful reconstruction rather than mere survival. Their conversation gradually shifted from generalities to specific information about the settlements interested in his services. Their locations, available resources, particular needs, and community values that might inform appropriate design approaches. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Sarah prepared to depart, intending to reach a small Minutemen outpost before nightfall. "Would you like me to carry a response back to Jonas when I return to Greenfield next week?" she asked, securing her pack with practiced efficiency. Daniel considered the expanded project scope outlined in the documentation, mentally calculating required resources and timeline implications. "Yes, please tell him I accept the expanded commission and will have revised designs prepared within 2 weeks. Also, I'll need to visit the other interested settlements for proper site assessment. Perhaps we could coordinate escort through the more challenging territories if Minutemen patrols are already scheduled in those directions." This practical collaboration exemplified the gradual rebuilding of connection between Commonwealth communities, independent efforts aligning where mutual benefit existed without requiring rigid formal structures. They exchanged information about potential travel dates and regional conditions before Sarah departed, navigating the security barricade with greater ease now that she understood its pattern. With evening approaching, Daniel returned to his workshop, considering the expanded opportunities presented by Jonas's communication. The interest from additional settlements represented both professional validation and increased responsibility, his architectural vision moving beyond individual structures to potentially influence regional development patterns. This transition from isolated projects to more comprehensive architectural influence had been his aspiration since beginning his practice, though he recognized the challenges involved in implementation across multiple communities with varied resources and conditions. As natural light gradually diminished, Daniel lit carefully positioned lanterns that maximized illumination across his workspace, while minimizing fuel consumption. Unlike the harsh electric lighting of pre-war times, or the crude fire pits common in many settlements, his lighting system created a warm, productive environment through thoughtful placement and appropriate shielding. This attention to atmospheric detail reflected his core belief that environmental quality affected both psychological well-being and practical productivity. Another principle often overlooked in basic survival-focused construction. The evening hours brought focused work, adapting his community center design to the expanded resource availability indicated in Jonas's documentation. Where the original plans had specified salvaged metal paneling for certain exterior elements, Daniel could now incorporate more carefully prepared wooden components that would provide better insulation and more attractive aesthetic qualities. Interior spaces could be enhanced with proper finishing rather than merely enclosed, creating environments that invited extended use rather than merely providing basic shelter. As he worked, Daniel occasionally referenced his extensive collection of architectural books salvaged from various Commonwealth locations. Unlike many survivors who valued such volumes primarily as fuel or trading commodities, he had carefully preserved and organized these knowledge resources. Everything from technical structural engineering texts to philosophical treatises on the relationship between built environments and human experience. These references informed his practice, with principles developed over centuries of architectural evolution, adapted thoughtfully to post-war conditions rather than abandoned in favor of mere expediency. His work continued until fatigue finally required rest. After securing his workshop with the same methodical care that characterized all his activities, Daniel retired to a small sleeping area he had established in what had once been the library's reference section. Unlike the crude sleeping arrangements common in wasteland settlements, he had created a proper bed frame from carefully prepared lumber, supporting a mattress stuffed with cleaned and treated Brahmin wool. Privacy screens fashioned from salvaged fabric, stretched across decorative frames, transformed the open library space into a more intimate sleeping environment without requiring permanent walls that would compromise the natural light so essential to his daytime work. Morning arrived with renewed purpose, Daniel waking at first light without need for alarm. After a simple breakfast and review of the previous evening's design revisions, he prepared for the day's primary objective, locating specific material samples needed for the expanded community center project. While Jonas had secured commitments for additional resources, Daniel needed to verify quality and appropriateness before finalizing certain design elements. His preparation for field expedition followed the same methodical approach that characterized all his activities. A weathered but well-maintained pack was filled with essential supplies: purified water, preserved food, basic medical items, and documentation tools for recording material characteristics and availability. Unlike many Commonwealth travelers who prioritized weapons and ammunition, Daniel's pack devoted significant space to measuring devices, material testing tools, and reference documentation. His pistol remained holstered at his hip, necessary but not central to his identity or purpose. Before departing, Daniel carefully secured his workshop, concealing his most valuable drawings and models in specially designed hiding places throughout the library. Experience had taught him that Commonwealth survival required balancing optimistic vision with practical precaution. Raiders or desperate scavengers might view his accumulated knowledge and tools as valuable salvage rather than the foundation for rebuilding civilization through thoughtful design. The morning air carried a crisp quality that suggested approaching seasonal change as Daniel emerged from the library and reset his security barricades. His destination lay approximately 5 miles northwest, a pre-war building materials warehouse he had identified during previous expeditions but not fully explored due to potential hazards in the surrounding area. Recent Minutemen reports shared by Sarah indicated the region had been cleared of hostile presence during expanded patrol operations, potentially allowing safer access to the warehouse and its valuable resources. Daniel's journey proceeded with the measured pace of someone prioritizing observation over speed. Where many Commonwealth travelers moved with constant vigilance, focused narrowly on threat detection, his awareness encompassed broader environmental assessment, noting how natural regrowth interacted with remaining structures, how settlement patterns had evolved in response to available resources, how defensive adaptations reflected specific regional threats. These observations informed his architectural understanding, providing practical insights that complemented his theoretical knowledge. The landscape gradually transitioned from suburban remnants to more industrial zones as he progressed northwest, buildings shifting from residential scale to the larger forms of pre-war manufacturing and distribution facilities. Many had been scavenged repeatedly, reduced to mere skeletal frameworks by generations of survivors harvesting readily accessible materials. Others remained partially intact, but showed signs of structural compromise that would eventually claim them despite their more robust construction. So much knowledge lost, Daniel murmured to himself as he passed a collapsed facility with technical diagrams still visible on fragmented wall sections. They take the steel, but leave the understanding that would let them create rather than merely consume. This observation captured his fundamental motivation, the belief that true Commonwealth recovery required preserving and implementing knowledge rather than simply scavenging physical remains. His architectural practice represented one small effort toward this larger aspiration, preserving design principles and construction techniques that might otherwise be lost as pre-war generations faded from living memory. By mid-morning, Daniel's destination appeared in the distance. A substantial warehouse structure set back from the main road, its concrete construction having withstood both initial devastation and subsequent centuries, better than many surrounding buildings. The faded signage still identified it as Commonwealth Building Supply Contractor Division, confirming it as his intended location. More encouraging, the building showed minimal signs of extensive scavenging, likely protected by its more robust security features and location away from major settlement paths. Daniel approached with appropriate caution, conducting careful observation from concealed positions before advancing closer. No signs of current occupation presented themselves, no smoke from cooking fires, no movement patterns in surrounding vegetation, no recently disturbed entry points. The loading dock area showed evidence of limited previous exploration, but the main warehouse section appeared to retain intact security doors that had deterred less determined or equipped scavengers. After confirming the area remained clear of immediate threats, Daniel approached the loading dock, examining the partially damaged security door that provided potential access. Unlike raiders who might attempt forced entry through brute strength, he studied the locking mechanism with technical appreciation, identifying how the system had been designed and where age deterioration offered potential bypass opportunity, without causing further damage that might compromise the building's structural integrity. Precision rather than force, he reminded himself, another principle that distinguished his approach from typical Commonwealth scavenging. Using specialized tools carried specifically for such purposes, Daniel carefully manipulated the deteriorated locking components, applying targeted pressure to specific points rather than general destructive force. After several minutes of methodical effort, the mechanism yielded with a satisfying mechanical click, allowing the door to be manually rolled aside without damage to tracks or rollers that would prevent proper closure when he eventually departed. The warehouse interior gradually revealed itself as Daniel's light penetrated the dusty darkness. A vast space filled with shelving systems, some collapsed but many still standing, with partial inventory intact. Unlike food storage facilities that had been priority targets during initial post-war survival efforts, this contractor-focused warehouse contained materials less immediately useful to desperate survivors. Specialized building components, finishing materials, installation equipment, and technical documentation intended for professional construction applications. Exactly what I hoped, Daniel noted, with quiet satisfaction, surveying the warehouse's contents with professional assessment rather than mere salvager's enthusiasm. Where others might see only potential trade goods, He recognized specific components that could significantly enhance his architectural implementations. Properly manufactured fasteners that would provide superior structural integrity compared to improvised alternatives. Sealant compounds that could improve weather resistance if still viable. Specialized tools that would enable more precise construction techniques than typically possible with salvaged equipment. The morning transitioned into afternoon as Daniel conducted methodical inventory of available resources, documenting findings in his notebook with detailed descriptions and potential applications. Some materials had deteriorated beyond usability, affected by moisture infiltration or temperature extremes over the centuries. Others remained remarkably preserved, protected by appropriate packaging or inherent durability. Most valuable for his immediate purposes, he located substantial quantities of specialized connector hardware designed for timber framing, components that would allow more elegant and efficient joining methods for the expanded community center design without requiring the metal quantities that standard Commonwealth construction methods consumed. Beyond physical materials, the warehouse yielded another treasure of equal value to Daniel's practice: technical documentation intended for contractor reference. Installation guides, application specifications, and even complete architectural detail drawings had been preserved in a moisture-resistant storage cabinet in the facility's small office section. These resources would expand his technical library substantially, providing specific implementation guidance beyond the more theoretical texts he had previously salvaged from academic sources. As afternoon progressed, Daniel carefully selected materials for transport back to his workshop, prioritizing items most immediately valuable for the greenfield project, while documenting additional resources for potential future retrieval. Unlike typical Commonwealth salvagers, who might attempt to carry maximum quantity regardless of condition or specific utility, his selection focused on quality components with direct application to current designs. This disciplined approach reflected his broader philosophy: thoughtful purpose rather than mere accumulation, specific application rather than general hoarding. With his pack appropriately loaded and additional materials secured in a small cart constructed from warehouse components, Daniel prepared to depart before evening approached. The return journey would require slower progress due to the cart, but the value of retrieved materials justified the additional time and effort required. Before leaving, he carefully secured the warehouse access points, not to prevent others from potentially benefiting from the resources, but to protect the materials from weather exposure that might accelerate deterioration before they could be properly utilized. The Commonwealth landscape had transitioned toward late afternoon as Daniel began his return journey, sunlight taking on the golden quality that preceded evening. He maintained vigilant awareness while navigating the industrial zone with his material-laden cart, the added weight and sound creating additional vulnerability that required compensation through more careful route selection and frequent observation pauses. His progress remained deliberate rather than hurried, prioritizing successful transportation of valuable resources over speed. Approximately halfway back to his workshop, Daniel paused near a small rise that offered good visibility of the surrounding territory. As he surveyed the path ahead, movement caught his attention. A small group of travelers, approximately half a mile distant, moving generally perpendicular to his own route. Their formation and equipment suggested settlers rather than raiders. A small Brahmin-drawn cart accompanied by several individuals whose posture indicated fatigue rather than aggressive intent. Daniel observed the group with thoughtful consideration rather than immediate concern, Commonwealth encounters between travelers always carried potential for either beneficial exchange or unnecessary conflict, often determined by initial approach and communication rather than inherent hostility. After verifying no additional parties lurked beyond his immediate perception, he decided to continue his journey on a route that would bring him within hailing distance of the group without creating perception of direct approach that might be interpreted as threatening. As the distance between them gradually decreased, more details became apparent. The group consisted of 5 individuals, 3 adults and 2 adolescents, escorting a loaded cart pulled by a single Brahmin. Their equipment appeared practical but limited, suggesting displacement rather than established trading operations. Several showed signs of recent hardship: improvised medical wrappings, clothing damaged beyond typical wasteland wear, the wary movement patterns of those who had traveled further than prepared for. Recognition dawned as Daniel observed their equipment more clearly. One cart panel bore the distinctive carved pattern he had designed for Somerville settlement approximately 2 years earlier. He had spent several weeks there implementing improved structural systems for their main community building, incorporating decorative elements that served both aesthetic and identification purposes. These travelers likely represented displaced residents from that settlement, though their current conditions suggested something had forced evacuation rather than planned relocation. Daniel adjusted his course to facilitate non-threatening contact, ensuring his approach remained visible rather than appearing suddenly from concealment. When appropriate distance had been achieved, he raised an empty hand in the universal wasteland gesture, indicating peaceful intent. "Hello, travelers," he called, voice projecting clearly without excessive volume that might attract unwanted attention. "I recognize Somerville craftsmanship on your cart. I'm Daniel Hayes, the architect who helped design your community center expansion. Are you in need of assistance?" The group paused, initial wariness visible but not escalating to defensive hostility. After a brief conference among themselves, an older woman stepped slightly forward, maintaining appropriate distance while establishing communication. "Mr. Hayes, yes, we remember you," she acknowledged, visible relief softening her cautious expression. "I'm Eleanor Winters, served on the planning committee when you designed our expansion. We could indeed use assistance if you're willing. Somerville was hit by raiders 3 days ago, larger group than we'd ever encountered in our region, well organized with tactical approach rather than typical wasteland aggression. Some of us evacuated while defenders bought time. We're trying to reach Sunshine Tidings settlement, where we have trading connections, but our navigator was injured during escape. This information aligned with reports Sarah had shared regarding increased raider organization in certain Commonwealth regions concerning development that threatened the gradual stability settlements had been establishing. Daniel assessed his current resources and route options, quickly determining how he might assist without compromising his valuable materials or creating excessive risk. "I know the route to Sunshine Tidings," he confirmed, maintaining respectful distance while establishing helpful presence. "It's approximately 7 miles southwest from our current position, but direct approach involves radiation hotspots around the old research facility. There's a cleaner route that adds about 2 miles but avoids the worst contamination. I can guide you there before continuing to my own destination, if that would help." Relief visibly swept through the group at this offer, shoulders relaxing from tense vigilance to merely tired. Eleanor nodded gratitude, her expression reflecting the Commonwealth's resilience that continued despite repeated challenges. "That would be immensely appreciated, Mr. Hayes. We have limited supplies but can offer fair compensation for your assistance." Daniel shook his head slightly, already adjusting his cart to accommodate joint travel. No compensation necessary. Architectural practice involves building communities, not just structures. Route guidance is simply practical application of that principle. Their combined group proceeded southward, with Daniel providing navigation while maintaining awareness of the displaced settlers' limited endurance. His familiarity with regional conditions allowed identification of appropriate rest locations where natural features provided both security and comfort. Shallow overhangs offering shelter, elevation points with good visibility, areas where mute fruit or similar edible vegetation might supplement limited rations. As they traveled, Eleanor shared more details about the Somerville situation. The settlement had been specifically targeted rather than randomly encountered, raiders having apparently scouted defensive positions before attacking with coordinated effort. This pattern matched other reports Daniel had encountered through his networks, suggesting emergence of more organized hostile factions rather than the opportunistic raiding typical of previous years. Such development represented significant concern for his architectural practice, potentially requiring greater emphasis on defensive elements within community designs, without surrendering the human-centered spaces he considered essential for genuine rebuilding rather than mere survival. By early evening, they reached a vantage point from which Sunshine Tidings' distinctive wind generators became visible in the distance, mechanical arms turning steadily against the darkening sky, converting wasteland air currents into electricity that powered the settlement's modest but significant technological amenities. The sight brought visible relief to the Somerville refugees, tangible evidence that their difficult journey would soon reach safer haven. "We can reach the settlement before full darkness," Daniel noted, gauging remaining daylight against known terrain challenges. Their perimeter security maintains good visibility of this approach vector, so we should be recognized as non-hostile well before direct contact. As predicted, their approach was noted by settlement security before they reached the outer agricultural zones. A small reception party met them at the established checkpoint. The controlled welcome typical of settlements balancing necessary security with humanitarian responsibility toward wasteland travelers. Recognition of the Somerville residents accelerated acceptance, trading relationships between the settlements providing established trust that extended to their companions. Daniel remained with the group long enough to ensure proper reception and support, providing brief explanation of their situation to settlement leadership before preparing to continue his own journey. Eleanor approached as he adjusted his cart, her expression reflecting genuine appreciation beyond mere social formality. "Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Your guidance made significant difference in our journey's safety." She hesitated briefly before continuing. "Once we've established stability here, some of us intend to rebuild Somerville. Perhaps not immediately, but eventually. The location offers agricultural advantages difficult to replicate elsewhere. When that time comes, we would value your architectural guidance for rebuilding, with better defensive integration without surrendering the community spaces that made our settlement home, rather than merely a defensive position." This invitation represented exactly the type of opportunity Daniel valued most, not merely designing individual structures, but helping shape intentional communities with balanced attention to practical security and human experience. He nodded thoughtful acknowledgement, already considering how Somerville's natural terrain might support more integrated defensive positioning, without creating the fortress mentality that undermined community connection. "I would be honored to assist when that time comes," he confirmed. "The Commonwealth needs settlements built for living, not just surviving. Rebuilding Somerville with that intention would represent meaningful progress toward genuine civilization, rather than mere existence." With appropriate farewells completed, Daniel continued toward his own destination as darkness settled more fully across the landscape. His progress slowed but remained steady, the cart's contents representing too much value to risk through hasty movement across terrain now visible primarily through his Pip-Boy's illumination. The unexpected encounter with Somerville residents had delayed his return but provided valuable perspective on regional developments that would inform his architectural approach. Practical insight that balanced his theoretical understanding with current Commonwealth realities. The library that served as his workshop and residence finally appeared shortly before midnight, its solid form silhouetted against the star-filled sky. Despite physical fatigue from the extended journey with material-laden cart, Daniel felt renewed purpose rather than mere exhaustion. The day's expedition had yielded not just tangible resources for immediate projects, but expanded opportunity for his architectural vision to influence genuine community development across multiple settlements. After securing his valuable materials inside and restoring security measures, Daniel allowed himself brief rest before returning to his drafting table. The warehouse discoveries would enable significant enhancements to the Greenfield Community Center design, while the Somerville situation provided important context for appropriate defensive integration. His pencil moved across paper with renewed purpose, creating forms that balanced protection with connection, security with openness, survival, necessity with human dignity. The Commonwealth night continued its celestial passage outside, stars wheeling slowly overhead as they had for centuries before radiation had reshaped the world below, and would for centuries after humanity's efforts to rebuild. Within the library-turned architectural studio, a single light remained illuminated as Daniel worked, one determined individual focused on creating spaces that might nurture civilization's renewal, rather than merely extending its survival. His architectural drawings gradually evolved from practical structural specifications to include the human-centered details that distinguished his approach. Thoughtful transition spaces between public and private areas, deliberate sight lines that connected interior activity with exterior community, carefully proportioned elements that created harmony rather than merely function. These details represented his fundamental belief that genuine rebuilding required attention to how spaces shaped human experience and community connection, not merely how effectively they provided physical shelter. As fatigue finally demanded rest, Daniel secured his drawings and retired to his sleeping area, mind still actively processing design refinements, even as physical exhaustion claimed consciousness. His last thoughts before sleep combined practical assessment of newly acquired materials with broader vision of how thoughtful architecture might contribute to Commonwealth renewal, creating environments that nurtured humanity's better nature rather than merely protecting against its worst impulses. While the architect's dedication to rebuilding beauty in the wasteland continued through dreams of glass and steel rising from the ruins, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a different kind of restoration was unfolding. A determined group of settlers worked steadily by torchlight, their hands moving with purpose as they constructed a new home from the rubble of the old. They faced constant challenges, damaged materials, hostile scavengers, and the burden of doubt from those who questioned their vision. As our architect finds rest after his day of discovery, our next tale begins in the collective determination of those who refuse to surrender hope amidst persistent adversity. Join us for the Builder's Burden. The evening sky draped itself across the Commonwealth in hues of violet and amber, the setting sun casting long shadows across a broken landscape, slowly being reclaimed by human determination. What had once been a small pre-war town now stood in curious transition, half ruins, half renewal, as a community of survivors worked steadily to transform destruction into dwelling, rubble into foundation, despair into hope. Amidst this tableau of persistent reconstruction, Eleanor Morgan wiped dust from her brow and surveyed the day's progress with quiet satisfaction. The community center's eastern wall had been completed, despite material shortages that had required creative adaptation of salvaged components. Where standard construction would have used uniform metal panels, her team had implemented a mosaic approach, integrating salvaged wood, properly cleaned metal, and carefully prepared concrete sections into a surprisingly harmonious whole that provided both structural integrity and unexpected aesthetic appeal. "It's not what we planned, but there's something right about it," she observed to no one in particular, her voice carrying the calm authority that had earned her leadership of this ambitious rebuilding project. Like the town itself, made of different pieces coming together to create something stronger than before. Elena had not sought the role of settlement leader. 2 years earlier, she had simply been a caravan guard with a talent for structural repair, who stopped to help a small group of families establish rudimentary shelters after their original settlement had been destroyed by supermutant attack. What had begun as a brief assistance effort gradually evolved into permanent commitment, as her practical construction knowledge proved invaluable to establishing a viable community, rather than merely temporary refuge. Now 27 settlers called Hopefield home, a name chosen deliberately for both its optimistic symbolism and its historical accuracy, as faded signage indicated the area had indeed once been called Hopefield, before nuclear fire had reduced it to anonymous ruins. Under Elena's measured guidance, they had progressed beyond mere survival to the early stages of genuine rebuilding, establishing sustainable food production, reliable water purification, and gradually improving residential structures that offered increasing comfort beyond basic shelter. The community center represented their most ambitious project, a building designed not just for practical necessity, but for strengthening social bonds through shared space. Unlike many Commonwealth settlements that focused exclusively on defense and basic needs, Elena believed sustainable community required nurturing connections between residents. The center would provide gathering space for meals, decision-making assemblies, educational activities, and the celebratory moments that transformed mere coexistence into genuine community. "Eastern wall secure," reported Samuel Chen, approaching with the quiet competence that had made him Elena's most reliable construction deputy. Originally a mechanic from Diamond City who had grown disillusioned with its restrictive social hierarchy, Sam had joined Hopefield during its early establishment, bringing valuable technical knowledge and a genuine commitment to building a more egalitarian community. "Used those modified connection brackets you designed, holding stronger than standard Commonwealth joints despite the material variation." Elena nodded appreciation, both for the work completed and for the validation of her experimental building techniques. Her approach to construction had evolved through necessity, adapting pre-war engineering principles to post-war material realities, finding strength in thoughtful combination rather than requiring uniform components. This methodology had gradually become Hopefield's signature, structures that demonstrated resourceful ingenuity rather than merely functional adequacy. "We should finish for today," she decided, noting the deepening evening shadows. "The remaining roof supports need proper daylight for safe installation. Better to start fresh tomorrow than risk mistakes from poor visibility." This balanced approach to work, pushing progress while maintaining sensible limits, represented another aspect of Eleanor's leadership that had earned community respect. Unlike some settlement leaders who drove their people with desperate urgency or unrealistic expectations, she maintained steady advancement through sustainable effort, recognizing that genuine rebuilding required both determination and reasonable pacing. As workers secured tools and materials against the evening elements, Elena conducted a final inspection of the day's progress. Her trained eye assessed not just obvious structural elements, but subtle details that indicated potential future concerns. Settlement patterns in foundation materials, alignment of load-bearing connections, proper water runoff positioning. These observations were noted in the worn journal she carried constantly, a record of both accomplishments and needed adjustments that guided the project's continued development. The settlement transformed as daylight faded, work sites giving way to evening routines that maintained community cohesion beyond construction progress. Cooking fires emerged between residential structures, their warm illumination creating pools of light where residents gathered in small groups. Children who had spent the day at assigned tasks appropriate to their ages now engaged in more playful activities, their laughter providing counterpoint to the adults' quieter conversations. Guards took position at established perimeter points, maintaining vigilant protection that allowed this evening tranquility to exist despite the wasteland's many threats. Elena joined a group gathered near the central cooking area, where Martha Wilson stirred a substantial pot of stew made from settlement-grown vegetables, supplemented by radstag meat from the previous day's hunting expedition. At 73, Martha was Hopefield's eldest resident, having survived the entire post-war period through a combination of practical wisdom and remarkable adaptability. Her culinary skills transformed basic Commonwealth ingredients into meals that nourished both body and community spirit through shared appreciation. Construction team looks tired but satisfied, Martha observed as she handed Elena a bowl of steaming stew. Good leadership shows in both those conditions, existing together, pushing people enough for achievement without breaking them through exhaustion. Elena accepted both the food and the subtle affirmation with appreciation. Martha's assessments carried the weight of experience rather than mere compliment, making her approval particularly meaningful. The community center is progressing well, despite material challenges. Another 2 weeks should see it weather-tight if we maintain current pace. Conversations around the cooking fires reflected the balanced focus that characterized Hopefield's development. Practical discussions of agricultural planning and security arrangements, interspersed with more personal exchanges and occasional moments of genuine humor. Unlike settlements governed by rigid hierarchy or fear-based control, Elena had fostered an environment where community decisions incorporated varied perspectives, creating both better practical outcomes and stronger social cohesion through participatory process. As evening progressed toward night, the settlement's illumination shifted from cooking fires to more contained lighting within residential structures. Elena returned to her own modest dwelling, a small but thoughtfully arranged living space constructed from a partially collapsed pre-war building. Its structural damage transformed into design opportunity through creative repurposing. Large windows that might have been defensive liabilities had been preserved but protected with rapidly deployable metal shutters, allowing natural light during peaceful periods while maintaining security when needed. Inside, she spread architectural drawings across a desk fashioned from salvaged office furniture. The community center plans required adjustment based on material availability and construction progress, demanding the kind of pragmatic adaptation that defined Commonwealth rebuilding efforts. Her pencil moved with practiced precision, modifying roof support configurations to accommodate the salvaged materials actually available, rather than those originally specified. These modifications maintain structural integrity while acknowledging resource realities. The constant balance between ideal design and practical implementation. A knock at her door briefly interrupted this concentrated work. David Foster, head of Hopefield's security team, entered at her acknowledgement, his expression suggesting information requiring attention rather than immediate crisis. Perimeter sensors detected movement along the northwestern approach, he reported with professional calm. Pattern suggests human rather than wildlife. Group of 3 to 4 individuals based on spacing. Not displaying typical radar movement signatures, more deliberate, maintaining consistent direction toward our location, rather than random searching pattern. Eleanor considered this assessment with appropriate seriousness, but without immediate alarm. As Hopefield had developed from struggling settlement toward more established community, they had encountered increased attention from various Commonwealth factions, some presenting genuine opportunity for beneficial exchange, others representing potential threat requiring careful management. Maintain normal security protocols, she directed after thoughtful consideration. Double the Northwestern Watch position, but without obvious aggression. If they're traders or settlers seeking connection, unnecessary defensive display creates poor foundation for potential relationship. If they're hostile scouts, our prepared but not overtly aggressive posture provides both security and assessment opportunity. David nodded agreement with this balanced approach, having learned to value Eleanor's measured response to potential concerns rather than reactionary escalation. I'll adjust watch rotation accordingly. Current assessment suggests they'll reach peripheral observation range shortly after dawn if they maintain present course and speed. After David's departure, Eleanor returned to her architectural modifications, completing necessary adjustments before finally allowing herself rest. Her sleeping area, like everything in Hopefield, reflected practical functionality enhanced by thoughtful detail. A properly constructed bed frame rather than mere mattress on floor. Privacy screen created from decorative fabric salvaged during construction expeditions. Small shelf holding carefully preserved pre-war books that provided both technical reference and occasional recreational reading. Morning arrived with the gradual illumination characteristic of Commonwealth dawns. Light emerging in incremental stages that transformed the settlement from shadowed outlines to increasingly detailed clarity. Elena began her day with the established routine that provided structure amid the inherent unpredictability of wasteland existence. After brief personal preparation, she conducted a methodical inspection of critical settlement systems. Water purification functionality, defensive component condition, food production status. These assessments informed daily priority decisions, ensuring resource allocation remained aligned with community needs rather than reactive crisis management. David intercepted her near the northern defensive position, his expression indicating development requiring attention without suggesting immediate danger. Our nighttime visitors have maintained position approximately half a mile northwest since dawn, he reported. Established small camp visible from our observation post. Behavior suggests deliberate waiting rather than preparation for approach or aggression. They've positioned white fabric in clear visibility, traditional wasteland indication of peaceful intent or desire for communication. This information presented both potential opportunity and necessary caution. Wasteland protocols regarding non-hostile contact had evolved through generations of post-war interaction, creating recognizable patterns that facilitated preliminary assessment before direct engagement. White fabric display represented established communication request, rather than unannounced approach, suggesting visitors familiar with settlement interaction protocols rather than typical raider behavior. Prepare standard communication response team, Elena decided after brief consideration. You and I plus Abernathy with a long-range rifle for perimeter security. Maintain additional observation from Northwest Tower, but without obvious weapons display. Standard approach pattern with appropriate distance maintenance until intentions are verified. The response team assembled with practiced efficiency, equipping appropriate communication and defense tools while avoiding excessive armament that might undermine peaceful exchange possibility. Elena carried her standard field equipment, 10mm pistol for practical security, binoculars for distant assessment, and small supply pack containing diplomatic essentials like purified water and minimal trade items that could demonstrate good faith without creating excessive vulnerability if interaction proved hostile. Their approach to the visitor camp proceeded with the measured caution appropriate for wasteland diplomacy. Visible movement without stealth suggesting hostile intent. Established pause points allowing mutual observation. Careful balance between reasonable protection and excessive defensive posture. As they drew closer, details became clearer. 3 individuals with equipment, suggesting capability but not aggressive intent. Shelter configuration indicating temporary position rather than established camp. Observation posture suggesting awareness of Hopefield response team without alarmed reaction. At appropriate communication distance, close enough for verbal exchange without creating unnecessary vulnerability for either party. Elena raised an empty hand in standard greeting. I am Elena Morgan, representing Hopefield Settlement. You've requested communication with peaceful intent display. Please identify yourselves and state your purpose. The central figure of the visitor group, a woman of approximately 40 with the weathered features characteristic of those who traveled Commonwealth territory regularly, responded with similar protocol. I'm Rebecca Hammond, formerly of University Point, currently representing interested settlers seeking potential community connection. These are my colleagues Michael Chen and Sarah Williams. We've approached with peaceful intent to discuss possible mutual benefit. This introduction contained significant information despite its brevity. University Point reference suggested educated background with technical knowledge, valuable potential contribution to a developing settlement. Formally indicated displacement rather than current affiliation, consistent with widely known destruction of that settlement by Institute forces several years earlier. Interested settlers suggested larger group assessment rather than merely the 3 present representatives. Hopefield welcomes peaceful communication, Elena responded, maintaining appropriate diplomatic formality while establishing positive foundation. We can discuss your interests at suitable neutral position between our current locations, if that provides acceptable security for both parties. This suggestion represented standard Commonwealth diplomatic procedure, acknowledging mutual security concerns while demonstrating willingness for potential positive engagement. Rebecca nodded agreement, and both groups moved toward an indicated position approximately equidistant between their respective locations, a small elevated area with good visibility that prevented surprise approach from either direction. As they settled into discussion configuration, Elena noted careful observation of Hopefield visible in the distance, assessment of construction methods, defensive arrangements, agricultural organization. This evaluation suggested serious interest rather than casual exploration or potential hostile scouting, reinforcing the stated purpose of community connection investigation. We represent 12 individuals currently located approximately 20 miles west, Rebecca explained once preliminary introductions had been completed, primarily families with diverse skills. Agricultural specialists, a medical practitioner, security experience, and technical knowledge including power system maintenance. We established temporary shelter after leaving University Point, but recent supermutant expansion in that region has made our location increasingly untenable, despite defensive capabilities. Eleanor considered this information with appropriate thoughtfulness. Hopefield had capacity for sustainable growth, but required careful integration of new residents to maintain community function and resource balance. The skills mentioned would provide valuable enhancement to their development capabilities, particularly medical and technical knowledge that remained relatively scarce in most Commonwealth settlements. Hopefield operates as a cooperative community, she explained, providing essential context for informed decision-making, shared labor contribution according to capability, participatory decision-making rather than hierarchical control, balanced resource allocation supporting both individual well-being and community development. Our current project focuses on establishing a community center that will serve multiple functions beyond mere physical shelter. We value both practical skills and commitment to rebuilding rather than merely surviving. This description represented honest presentation of Hopefield's operational philosophy, neither exaggerating positive aspects nor concealing potential challenges. Cooperative community structure proved unsustainable for those expecting minimal contribution or dictatorial authority, making transparent communication essential for successful integration rather than eventual conflict. Discussion continued through midday, exploring practical considerations of potential settlement expansion, resource requirements, housing development timeline, integration process for decision-making participation. Both parties maintained respectful engagement while addressing realistic challenges, rather than creating false expectations that would undermine eventual implementation if agreement was reached. We would welcome your group visiting Hopefield for direct observation before making final decisions, Elena concluded as their discussion reached natural transition point. 3-day assessment would provide realistic understanding beyond verbal description alone, allowing both your people and our current residents to evaluate potential community compatibility before permanent commitment. Rebecca received this invitation with visible appreciation of its balanced approach. Neither immediate acceptance nor rejection, but thoughtful process, recognizing the significance of community integration decisions for all involved. That seems most appropriate. We can arrange representative visit within the week if acceptable, allowing direct discussion between your residents and ours, rather than relying solely on leadership communication. This agreement established a promising foundation for potential community expansion while maintaining appropriate discernment rather than hasty decision-making. Arrangements were made for communication signals that would indicate visitor approach timing, allowing proper preparation without creating continuous alert status that would unnecessarily strain Hopefield's resources. As Elena's team returned toward their settlement, David maintained professional security awareness while offering thoughtful assessment of the interaction. It seemed legitimate. Body language indicated honest communication rather than deceptive presentation. Equipment condition suggested capability without excessive resource hoarding. University Point connection explains technical knowledge reference. Their power management systems were among the most sophisticated in the Commonwealth before Institute destruction. Elena nodded agreement with this evaluation, having noted similar indicators during their exchange. Their questions demonstrated realistic understanding of settlement development challenges rather than idealized expectations. Medical practitioner would significantly enhance our community capacity. Currently our most concerning resource limitation for sustainable growth. This conversation continued as they approached Hopefield, where settlement activities had progressed under Sam's capable supervision during their absence. The community center construction showed visible advancement, roof support installation proceeding with the careful precision necessary for structural integrity despite material variation. Agricultural teams worked steadily in established growing areas, maintaining the food production essential for settlement sustainability regardless of other developmental activities. After reporting the diplomatic contact results to gathered community representatives, Eleanor returned to construction supervision, integrating back into direct project contribution rather than maintaining separated leadership position. This participatory approach characterized her leadership style, maintaining appropriate authority through demonstrated capability and shared effort rather than imposed hierarchy, building respect through both direction and personal example. The afternoon progressed with steady productivity, community members working with the focused determination that had gradually transformed Hopefield from desperate survival camp to emerging settlement with genuine development potential. Unlike the frantic urgency that characterized many wasteland endeavors, their efforts displayed the measured sustainability of those building for future generations rather than merely addressing immediate needs. Each structural connection secured properly rather than hastily. Each agricultural row planted with appropriate spacing for maximum yield rather than crowded for apparent short-term advantage. As evening approached once more, Elena conducted final inspection of the day's progress, noting both achievements and adjustments needed for continued advancement. The community center's basic structure had reached significant milestone. Primary support framework completed, sufficiently to begin weather barrier installation during coming days. This progress represented not just physical construction, but symbolic advancement toward the communal gathering space that would enhance Hopefield's social cohesion beyond mere physical proximity. The settlement's evening transition proceeded with familiar rhythm. Work areas secured, cooking fires established, community members gathering in small groups that reinforced social connections beyond functional cooperation. Discussion of the potential new residents circulated through these gatherings, perspectives ranging from enthusiastic welcome to pragmatic consideration of integration challenges. Unlike settlements governed through unilateral decision-making, Hopefield's cooperative structure ensured varied viewpoints would contribute to collective determination, rather than passive acceptance of leadership directive. Eleanor joined several such conversations, neither dominating discussion nor avoiding engagement, her leadership approach balancing guidance with genuine respect for community wisdom emerging through collective consideration. This process sometimes required more time than dictatorial pronouncement, but created more sustainable outcomes through shared ownership of decisions rather than mere compliance with authority. As darkness settled more fully across the Commonwealth, Hopefield's illumination shifted to more contained lighting that maintained essential visibility, while minimizing beacon effect that might attract unwanted attention. Guard positions transitioned to night configuration, modified sensor arrangements compensating for reduced visual range. Patrol patterns adjusted to optimize limited personnel resources across necessary security coverage. In her dwelling, Alina reviewed the day's developments while updating project documentation and settlement records. The potential resident integration presented both opportunity and challenge. Valuable skill enhancement but requiring resource allocation for additional housing, increased defense capacity but demanding coordination expansion. Greater development capability but necessitating careful community culture maintenance during significant population growth. A soft knock interrupted these considerations. Sam entered at her acknowledgement, carrying what appeared to be building component samples rather than bringing security concerns or community issues. His expression reflected technical interest rather than problem reporting. "I've been experimenting with those reinforced connection joints we discussed," he explained, placing several metal components on her work table. "Modified the salvaged automobile suspension parts with that heat treatment method you suggested. Preliminary stress testing shows approximately 30% greater load capacity than standard Commonwealth construction techniques. Could significantly improve roof span capability for the community center if implemented at key support points." Elena examined the components with genuine interest, professional assessment temporarily replacing broader leadership considerations. Her fingers traced the modified connection points, identifying the subtle but significant improvements achieved through technical innovation rather than mere material quantity. "Excellent adaptation. The heat zone appears properly controlled. Avoided making the metal brittle while still achieving necessary hardening. How many can we produce with current resource availability?" This technical discussion continued for some time, the two engineers exploring practical implementation possibilities while maintaining realistic resource awareness. Their collaboration exemplified Hopefield's developmental approach: thoughtful innovation within material constraints, improvement through knowledge application rather than mere component accumulation, balanced assessment that acknowledged limitations while refusing to surrender to them as permanent obstacles. After Sam's departure, Elena continued refining community center plans to incorporate the improved connection components at structurally significant junctions. This adjustment represented Hopefield's evolutionary development methodology, constant refinement based on new capabilities or understanding, rather than rigid adherence to initial specifications. The flexibility that allowed genuine advancement despite inherent wasteland resource limitations. Her work continued until fatigue finally demanded rest, the discipline of appropriate sleep patterns representing another aspect of sustainable leadership rather than dramatic self-sacrifice that ultimately undermined effective function. As she prepared for sleep, a final glance through her dwelling's window revealed Hopefield's peaceful nighttime aspect. Minimal essential lighting, guard positions maintaining vigilant but calm security. The settled quiet of a community resting in reasonable confidence rather than perpetual anxiety. Morning arrived with unexpected development. Perimeter guards reporting movement approaching from the east rather than the northwestern direction anticipated for potential new resident communication. Unlike the deliberate approach pattern demonstrated by Rebecca's group, this movement displayed less disciplined progression, suggesting trader caravan or traveler group rather than settlement representatives or organized hostile force. Eleanor adjusted morning inspection routine to include eastern approach observation, joining David at a defensive position that offered good visibility while maintaining appropriate security. Binoculars revealed a small group moving slowly toward Hopefield. 4 individuals accompanying a loaded Brahmin, their equipment suggesting scavenger operation rather than established trading caravan or settlement representation. Movement pattern indicates possible injury, David observed, noting the group's irregular progress. Supporting each other rather than defensive formation. Equipment visible suggests salvage operation rather than raider group. Tools predominant over weapons. Carrying capacity prioritized over combat mobility. As the group drew closer, Elena made communication decision based on observed characteristics. Unlike the neutral zone approach established with Rebecca's representatives, this situation suggested potential assistance requirement rather than formal diplomatic contact. Standard cautious welcome protocol. maintain appropriate security positioning but without aggressive presentation. They appear to need help rather than presenting threat. Hopefield's response followed her direction. Guards maintained vigilant positions but without unnecessarily threatening posture, while Elena and David advanced to appropriate greeting distance with the balanced approach characteristic of experienced wasteland diplomacy. As anticipated, the approaching group showed visible relief rather than concern at settlement acknowledgement, their body language suggesting fatigue and potential medical need rather than hostile intent. Hopeful settlement welcomes peaceful travelers, Elena called when appropriate communication distance had been reached. You appear to need assistance. Please identify yourselves and your situation. The apparent leader, a man in his late 30s with the weathered appearance common to those who spent extensive time in wasteland conditions, responded with weary gratitude rather than suspicious caution. Marcus Thomas, independent salvage operator. My team encountered trap-protected building during exploration southwest of here. Rigged explosives caused injury to 2 of our group, seeking medical assistance and safe recovery. Location if you can provide. This situation represented common wasteland occurrence, exploration hazards, creating medical needs beyond field treatment capability, necessitating settlement assistance despite lack of prior relationship. Elena assessed both humanitarian responsibility and practical security considerations before responding. Hopefield can provide basic medical assistance and temporary shelter while your injured recover. Standard protocols apply. Weapons secured but accessible if departure desired. Fair compensation through work contribution or salvage share, based on injury severity and assistance required. Medical assessment will determine treatment capability within our resource limitations. These terms represented balanced approach to wasteland assistance, providing humanitarian aid while maintaining appropriate community protection and resource sustainability. Marcus nodded acceptance, understanding both the generosity offered and the reasonable limitations established. With agreement reached, Hopefield's response shifted to practical implementation. Medical team alerted, temporary shelter prepared, security maintained at appropriate level, without creating unnecessary restriction that would generate tension rather than cooperation. The injured salvagers were brought to Hopefield's medical station, a small but well-organized facility where Martha's traditional healing knowledge combined with gradually accumulated medical supplies to provide treatment capability beyond most Commonwealth settlements. Initial assessment revealed significant but non-critical injuries, shrapnel wounds and concussive trauma requiring proper treatment and recovery time, but not presenting immediate life threat given prompt attention. While medical care proceeded, Elena conducted more detailed discussion with Marcus, establishing better understanding of the salvager group and potential implications of their presence beyond immediate humanitarian response. Their operation appeared legitimate, focused on technical component recovery rather than general material scavenging, demonstrating knowledge that suggested trained background rather than merely opportunistic salvage activity. We specialize in pre-war communications equipment, Marcus explained, as they shared simple meal, provided as part of Hopefield's visitor protocol. Background with similar systems before establishing independent operation. Current expedition targeting regional broadcasting facility with potential intact transmission components. Unfortunately, previous visitors had established protective measures we failed to identify before triggering. This information presented potential opportunity beyond mere humanitarian assistance. Hopefield's development plans included eventual communication system establishment, but technical components remained scarce, despite salvage efforts. Specialized knowledge regarding such equipment represented valuable resource if collaborative arrangement could be established. Hopefield would be interested in discussing potential cooperation regarding communication equipment, Alina noted, maintaining appropriate balance between expressed interest and commitment to reservation. We've established community development beyond mere survival, with infrastructure improvement including eventual communication capability as planned progression when resource availability permits. This conversation continued intermittently throughout the day, exploring potential mutual benefit possibilities, while allowing appropriate attention to injured team members and normal settlement operations. Unlike settlements focused exclusively on immediate crisis management, Hopefield maintained developmental progress alongside unexpected situation response. Construction continuing on community center, agricultural teams maintaining normal cultivation activities, scheduled maintenance proceeding on water purification systems. As evening approached, Alina conducted standard daily assessment, with slight modifications accommodating the day's unexpected developments. The potential new resident communication remained scheduled for coming days, now complicated by salvager presence requiring resource allocation and attention. Community center construction had progressed despite divided focus, maintaining timeline expectations through team capability, rather than constant leadership oversight. Security arrangements had adapted appropriately to visitor presence without creating excessive restriction or depleting normal protection parameters. While settlers completed daily tasks and welcomed unexpected guests with cautious hospitality, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another group of survivors gazed upon the ruins of a once great city with determined eyes. Their packs held tools instead of weapons, and their conversations centered on blueprints and building materials rather than ammunition and battle plans. As night fell over Hopefield with its mixture of challenges and steady progress, our next tale begins with those who dare to dream on a grander scale. Join us for the reclamation, where the broken bones of a fallen metropolis await those with vision to see beyond the devastation. Dawn broke over the Commonwealth in gentle increments, painting the broken skyline of Boston in hues of amber and gold. The rising sun transformed the shattered cityscape, casting long shadows across rubble-strewn streets while illuminating the skeletal frameworks of once proud skyscrapers that reached toward the sky like the fingers of ancient giants. Morning mist lingered between damaged buildings, creating an ethereal quality that momentarily softened the harsh reality of devastation. From an elevated position on a partially collapsed highway overpass, 5 figures stood in silent contemplation of the urban expanse before them. Unlike the desperate scavengers or opportunistic raiders that typically approach major ruins, these individuals carried themselves with purposeful dignity rather than predatory intent. Their equipment suggested capability rather than mere survival. Tools dominated weapons, maps and notebooks took precedence over chems and alcohol. Their packs bulged with supplies indicating planned operation rather than opportunistic exploration. Professor James Crawford lowered the binoculars through which he had been studying the city's northeastern district, his weathered features set in thoughtful assessment rather than the constant vigilance typical of wasteland travelers. At 58, he carried himself with the quiet authority earned through knowledge rather than violence. His grey-streaked beard and wire-rimmed glasses giving him the appearance of a pre-war academic, despite the practical wasteland attire necessitated by current reality. The commercial district appears less structurally compromised than our initial assessments suggested, he noted, voice carrying the measured cadence of someone accustomed to teaching rather than commanding. Most damage appears concentrated in upper levels while foundational structures remain remarkably intact. The preservation potential exceeds even our most optimistic projections. Beside him, Dr. Maya Chen nodded agreement, making rapid annotations in the leather-bound journal she carried for field observations. At 42, Maya had emerged from Vault 81 15 years earlier, bringing both medical expertise and cultural preservation passion that had gradually evolved into her current role as the expedition's historical documentation specialist. Her quick eyes missed little, cataloguing both structural condition and historical significance with equal precision. The Boston Public Archives should be approximately 3 blocks east of our intended base of operations, she noted, consulting the pre-war city map protected within waterproof casing. If even a portion remains intact, the municipal records would provide invaluable restoration guidance, original architectural specifications, infrastructure schematics, proper material composition. We could proceed with authentic reclamation rather than mere approximation. The remaining 3 members of their group maintained vigilant environmental awareness while their leaders conducted assessment. Thomas Wells, once a Brotherhood of Steel field scribe before philosophical differences led to his departure, monitored radiation levels through a modified detector with greater sensitivity than standard wasteland equipment. Rebecca Santos and Michael Grant both experienced wasteland scouts with conservation rather than exploitation motivations, maintained perimeter security without the aggressive posturing typical of mercenary protection. This unusual team represented the vanguard of what they had named the Reclamation Project, a vision that many throughout the Commonwealth considered impossible idealism at best, dangerous delusion at worst, where most survivors focused on basic existence within the wasteland's harsh realities. These 5 individuals dared to imagine something more ambitious: the systematic restoration of a significant urban center to functional condition, beginning with one carefully selected district and expanding through methodical implementation rather than haphazard scavenging. Initial approach route appears clear of immediate threats, Thomas reported, after completing his environmental scan. Radiation readings show expected background levels consistent with general Commonwealth conditions. No concentrated hotspots indicating hidden waste or weapons residue. Primary concerns remain structural stability in partially collapsed buildings rather than environmental hazards. Professor Crawford acknowledged this assessment with a thoughtful nod, correlating security information with their technical objectives. Then we proceed as planned. Secure the identified bank building as our initial operations center, establish preliminary perimeter awareness measures, and conduct systematic assessment of surrounding structures before committing to specific restoration priorities. With approach strategy confirmed, the team descended from their observation position with careful efficiency, moving through the broken urban landscape with the measured caution of experienced wasteland travelers, tempered by the purposeful progress of those implementing plan rather than merely reacting to circumstances. Unlike scavengers who moved erratically between potential salvage opportunities, their path maintained consistent direction toward their predetermined destination, a 7-story bank building whose reinforced construction had weathered the centuries with remarkable resilience compared to surrounding structures. The city's streets presented the complex navigation challenge typical of major urban ruins, collapsed building sections creating impromptu barriers, accumulated debris requiring careful traversal, occasional structural instabilities demanding assessment before passage. The team moved through these obstacles with practiced coordination, each member fulfilling specific functions that contributed to collective progress without requiring constant direction. Rebecca led their formation with the acute environmental awareness developed through years of wasteland scouting, identifying optimal paths while detecting potential hazards before they became immediate threats. Michael maintained rear security, ensuring their careful forward progress didn't expose vulnerability to approach from behind. Thomas continuously monitored environmental conditions, providing regular radiation assessment that allowed appropriate route adjustments when localized elevated levels were detected. Professor Crawford and Dr. Chen maintained central positioning while correlating observed conditions with their extensive planning documentation, identifying discrepancies between anticipated and actual structural states that might require strategic modification. Interesting architectural preservation pattern, Dr. Chen observed as they navigated a commercial block showing selective rather than uniform deterioration. Buildings with copper or brass decorative elements show significantly higher weathering damage than those using primarily stone or concrete, consistent with accelerated electrical chemical reactions in irradiated rainfall, worth documenting for future material selection guidance. This scientific observation exemplified the team's fundamental approach, viewing the wasteland not merely as environment to be endured, but as phenomenon to be understood, studied, and eventually addressed through knowledge application rather than mere adaptation. Where most Commonwealth inhabitants accepted current conditions as immutable reality, these 5 individuals maintained perspective that environmental degradation represented technical challenge rather than permanent state. Difficult, but theoretically solvable through sufficient understanding and methodical implementation. As midday approached, they reached the bank building that would serve as their initial operations center. Unlike the haphazard occupation typical of wasteland squatters, their approach to securing the location followed methodical protocol developed through previous experience. Michael and Rebecca established exterior security through subtle observation points, rather than obvious barricades, creating awareness perimeter without announcing occupation to potential hostile entities. Thomas conducted comprehensive environmental assessment, confirming radiation levels remained within acceptable parameters, while identifying specific areas requiring additional precaution due to concentrated material decay. Professor Crawford and Dr. Chen began systematic documentation of structural condition, cataloging both immediate stability concerns and longer-term restoration requirements. The building's interior gradually revealed itself as they progressed through preliminary security sweep, a space once representing financial power, now standing in dignified decay. Marble floors remained largely intact beneath layers of dust and minor debris. Ornate counters where transactions had once occurred still defined the main floor's organization despite weathered surfaces. Most promising for their purposes, the building's structural integrity had been maintained throughout major support systems, with damage primarily limited to cosmetic elements and isolated ceiling sections where water infiltration had occurred through compromised upper floors. Nearly ideal for our requirements, Professor Crawford noted with quiet satisfaction as the team completed initial assessment. Defensive positioning without aggressive appearance, structural stability requiring minimal immediate intervention, sufficient space for both operations center and eventual demonstration area when ready for community engagement phase. The afternoon transitioned into focused activity as the team established fundamental operational elements according to their predetermined plan. A central documentation area emerged on the main floor, centered around a large table salvaged from the bank's former conference room. Maps and technical diagrams were secured to walls, with careful organization reflecting their systematic approach. Equipment unpacked from their supplies was arranged with deliberate efficiency. Environmental monitoring devices, documentation tools, communication equipment, the technical resources that distinguished their operation from mere scavenging expedition. As evening approached, the bank building had been transformed from abandoned ruin to purposeful operations center. Security measures established by Rebecca and Michael maintained appropriate protection without creating fortress appearance that might attract hostile attention through perceived value indication. Environmental monitoring systems installed by Thomas provided continuous assessment of radiation, air quality, and structural vibration that might indicate stability concerns. The Comprehensive Documentation Center, organized by Professor Crawford and Dr. Chen, created foundation for systematic rather than haphazard restoration approach. Their first meal within the newly established base reflected the same balanced practicality that characterized all aspects of their operation. Nutritious rather than merely filling, efficiently prepared without unnecessary resource expenditure, enjoyed with the quiet appreciation of those who understood both the necessity of physical sustenance and the psychological value of civilized dining even within wasteland conditions. Tomorrow we begin systematic assessment of the surrounding 8-block radius, Professor Crawford outlined as they reviewed the day's progress and next phase objectives. Priority documentation of structural integrity, identification of salvageable infrastructure components, and location of key municipal resources that might provide historical documentation for authentic restoration rather than approximate reconstruction. Dr. Chen supplemented this direction with specific historical context that informed their approach. The commercial district development occurred primarily between 2040 and 2070, with significant municipal investment in infrastructure integration. Underground utility connections were designed with remarkable standardization, despite above-ground architectural variation. If maintenance access points remain navigable, we may find intact system hubs that could greatly facilitate restoration of basic services. This technical discussion continued as darkness settled more fully across the Commonwealth. The team's sheltered illumination creating a small pocket of purposeful planning amid the vast urban emptiness surrounding them. Unlike the fearful huddling or chemically enhanced revelry that characterized many wasteland evenings, their night passed with measured productivity, reviewing documentation, refining assessment priorities, maintaining appropriate security rotation that ensured rest without sacrificing vigilance. Morning arrived with renewed purpose, the team transitioning from establishment to implementation phase with the efficient coordination that came from both careful planning and genuine commitment to shared vision. After appropriate nutrition and equipment verification, they separated into coordinated assessment teams. Professor Crawford and Rebecca focusing on Western Sector structural evaluation, Dr. Chen and Michael prioritizing Eastern Sector historical documentation, Thomas establishing environmental monitoring network throughout their operational radius. The systematic assessment proceeded throughout the morning, each team documenting their sector with comprehensive detail that would inform later restoration prioritization. Unlike scavengers, who might note only immediately valuable salvage, their documentation included both current condition and restoration potential, structural elements that could be reinforced rather than replaced, infrastructure components that required minimal renovation to restore functionality, architectural features whose preservation would maintain historical authenticity rather than merely functional adequacy. Municipal water distribution hub located beneath Garrison Street intersection, Dr. Chen reported via their communication system, her voice carrying controlled excitement. Access compromised but navigable with minimal clearance effort. Preliminary observation suggests primary distribution manifolds remain intact despite centuries without maintenance. Potential restoration implications significant. Establishing clean water access would transform district viability from temporary expedition to sustainable occupation. This discovery represented exactly the type of foundational infrastructure their project sought. Core systems that, once restored, would enable broader rehabilitation rather than merely symbolic reconstruction. Professor Crawford acknowledged the report with appropriate appreciation, while maintaining focus on his team's complementary documentation of structural stability throughout adjacent commercial buildings. Western sector showing approximately 63% structural viability at foundation and primary support levels, he noted in his own update. Deterioration primarily concentrated in weather-exposed elements rather than core structural components. With appropriate stabilization methodology, majority of original buildings could be preserved rather than requiring complete reconstruction. As midday approached, an unexpected development interrupted their methodical assessment. Thomas's environmental monitoring equipment detected unusual radiation pattern approaching from the northern perimeter. Not the ambient background typical of general Commonwealth conditions, but the distinctive signature associated with heavily irradiated wasteland creatures. His immediate alert through their communication system prompted appropriate response adjustment without creating disproportionate reaction. Multiple irradiated entities approaching from northern quadrant, he reported, voice maintaining professional calm rather than unnecessary alarm. Movement pattern suggests feral ghoul cluster, approximately 6 to 8 individuals, based on radiation distribution. Current trajectory will intersect with Dr. Chen and Michael's assessment route within approximately 12 minutes at continued pace. This situation represented precisely the type of wasteland reality their planning had anticipated, not through idealistic expectation of danger-free environment, but through practical preparation for appropriate response to inevitable hazards without abandoning overall objective. Their reaction demonstrated this balanced approach, adjusting immediate activities without surrendering to crisis mentality that might derail their broader mission. Implementing Response Protocol Delta, Professor Crawford confirmed, initiating their predetermined strategy for mobile hostile entities. All personnel return to Operations Center via secondary routes. Thomas, continue monitoring to confirm entity path remains consistent rather than indicating awareness of our presence. Standard defensive positioning upon return. Observation priority rather than engagement, unless proximity requires direct response. The team's movement back toward their secured bank building proceeded with disciplined efficiency rather than panicked retreat. Maintaining awareness without sacrificing equipment or documentation in misguided haste, adjusting routes to avoid potential encounter while preserving comprehensive data collection achieved during morning assessment. This measured response reflected their fundamental approach to wasteland conditions, acknowledging dangers without allowing fear to dominate rational operation, adapting to circumstances rather than abandoning purpose when challenges emerged. By early afternoon, all personnel had returned safely to their operations center, the feral ghoul cluster having passed through northern sector without detecting human presence due to appropriate evasion protocols. Rather than this interruption derailing their productivity, the team utilized the temporary confinement to consolidate morning documentation and refine afternoon assessment priorities based on initial discovery. The water distribution infrastructure represents our most significant finding thus far, Professor Crawford noted as they reviewed Dr. Chen's preliminary documentation. If primary systems remain as intact as initial observation suggests, restoration would require primarily mechanical refurbishment rather than complete reconstruction. The implications for sustainable district reclamation are substantial. Clean water access would transform feasibility parameters for all subsequent rehabilitation efforts. This focused analysis continued until environmental monitoring confirmed the hostile entities had moved beyond their operational radius, allowing resumption of field assessment with appropriate route modification to maintain prudent distance from the ghoul cluster's last known position. The afternoon proceeded with renewed purpose, each team returning to their systematic documentation with particular attention to infrastructure components that might complement the water distribution system Dr. Chen had identified. Electrical substation located approximately 2 blocks south of water distribution hub, Professor Crawford reported during late afternoon assessment. External housing damaged, but internal transformer components appear remarkably preserved due to reinforced shelter design. Connection to primary power grid obviously compromised, but potential for localized power restoration exists if appropriate generation capability can be established. These infrastructure discoveries reinforce the project's fundamental premise, that beneath the apparent devastation of Boston's ruins lay the potential for systematic restoration rather than mere salvage. Where typical Commonwealth perspectives viewed such urban remains as dangerous salvage zones to be stripped of immediate value and abandoned, the Reclamation Project recognized the foundational systems that might be rehabilitated through knowledge application rather than replaced through crude approximation. As evening approached once more, the team returned to their operations center with a satisfied fatigue of productive effort rather than the desperate exhaustion common to wasteland survival. Their first full assessment day had yielded documentation far exceeding initial expectations. Structural integrity more preserved than anticipated, infrastructure systems more recoverable than projected, historical documentation sources identified that might provide authentic restoration guidance rather than mere approximation. Their evening meal became an impromptu strategy session, each team member contributing observations that gradually formed more comprehensive understanding of the district's restoration potential. Michael and Rebecca supplemented technical documentation with security assessment, identifying defensible positions that could be established with minimal resource expenditure, potential observation points that would provide early awareness of approaching entities, optimal routes between key infrastructure locations that minimized exposure while facilitating efficient restoration work. The critical question becomes implementation priority, Professor Crawford noted, as their discussion progressed from documentation to strategic planning. With limited initial resources, we must establish sequence that creates sustainable foundation for expanded restoration, rather than merely symbolic demonstration. Water infrastructure offers most immediate quality of life improvement, but electrical restoration would facilitate more efficient overall operations. Structural stabilization requires less specialized equipment, but demands greater labor commitment. This thoughtful deliberation continued into evening hours, the team's approach characterized by analytical assessment rather than emotional reaction, weighing practical factors alongside broader mission objectives, considering both immediate feasibility and long-term sustainability. Unlike the impulsive decision-making common throughout the wasteland, their planning reflected the measured consideration of those committed to genuine rebuilding rather than temporary occupation. I believe water infrastructure represents optimal initial focus, Dr. Chen suggested after careful consideration of various factors. Beyond immediate practical benefit, restored water access would demonstrate tangible progress to potential community partners when we transition to recruitment phase. The psychological impact of clean water availability extends beyond mere practical utility. It represents fundamental civilization restoration in ways immediately comprehensible to Commonwealth settlements currently struggling with basic purification methods. This perspective resonated with the team's broader vision, not merely technical restoration, but revitalization of civilization's foundations that might inspire expanded participation beyond their initial group. Their planning gradually evolved from theoretical discussion to practical implementation sequence, identifying specific resources required, technical challenges anticipated, and potential community partners whose specialized knowledge might be recruited once initial demonstration confirmed project viability. As night settled more fully across the Commonwealth, the bank building that served as their operations center represented small but significant transformation amid urban devastation, not merely shelter claimed from ruins, but purposeful reclamation, begun with systematic intention. Maps and documentation covered walls, assessment findings filled journals with meticulously recorded observations, and most importantly, genuine restoration plan had emerged from theoretical concept to implementation sequence, informed by direct environmental assessment. Morning arrived with renewed purpose, the team transitioning from general assessment to focused implementation. Their third day in the district would concentrate on specific documentation of the water distribution infrastructure identified during initial exploration, comprehensive mapping of access points, detailed inventory of components requiring replacement versus refurbishment, precise measurement of connection specifications that would guide fabrication of replacement parts where originals had deteriorated beyond usability. Dr. Chen led this specialized documentation effort, her academic background in historical preservation providing technical foundation, while her years of wasteland adaptation contributed practical implementation knowledge. With Michael providing security awareness, they descended into the underground infrastructure networks that had once distributed clean water throughout the commercial district. A complex system of pipes, pumps, filtration components, and control mechanisms designed with the impressive engineering that had characterized pre-war America at its technological peak. The primary distribution manifolds show remarkable preservation, she reported, via communication system as their assessment progressed. Manufacturer appears to have been West-Tech Civilian Infrastructure Division, known for incorporating military-grade materials into civilian applications during pre-war defense industry expansion. Internal valve components utilized corrosion-resistant alloys typically reserved for naval applications, explaining their survival despite centuries without maintenance. This technical assessment continued throughout the morning hours, gradually creating comprehensive understanding of both restoration requirements and potential implementation approach. The infrastructure had been designed with modular maintenance in mind. Key components accessible through standardized connection points, control systems organized with logical troubleshooting progression, documentation stations positioned at critical junctions containing detailed technical specifications for maintenance personnel reference. While this specialized assessment proceeded, Professor Crawford coordinated complementary documentation with Rebecca, focusing on structural stability of buildings, containing critical access points to the underground infrastructure. This parallel effort ensured that restoration implementation would proceed with appropriate safety parameters, rather than creating new hazards through incomplete assessment perspective. Access point building at Eastern Commercial Plaza shows significant roof compromisation but stable foundation and primary support structures. He noted in systematic documentation, minimal stabilization required to ensure safe operational environment, primarily debris clearance and strategic reinforcement, rather than comprehensive reconstruction. Recommend establishing a secondary operations center during water infrastructure restoration due to central access positioning relative to primary distribution network. By midday, their focused assessment had produced remarkably detailed implementation blueprint, not merely identification of what required restoration, but specific methodology for accomplishing rehabilitation with available Commonwealth resources rather than unobtainable pre-war components. Where original systems had utilized materials no longer producible, they identified appropriate substitutions that maintained functional integrity while acknowledging current limitations where specialized tools would be required. They documented potential sources through trading networks or manufacturing partners who might be engaged once demonstration phase confirmed project viability. The filtration system presents our most significant technical challenge, Dr. Chen observed during their midday consolidation meeting. Original components utilize specialized membrane technology, unlikely to be replicable with current Commonwealth manufacturing capabilities. However, I've identified potential adaptation approach utilizing Brotherhood of Steel water purification principles, combined with settlement-level sand filtration techniques. Hybrid methodology would sacrifice some efficiency, but maintain fundamental purification effectiveness within acceptable parameters. This creative problem-solving exemplified their fundamental approach, neither surrendering to wasteland limitations, nor clinging to unattainable pre-war standards, but thoughtfully adapting historical technology to current reality, while maintaining core functionality rather than merely approximate appearance. Where many Commonwealth inhabitants viewed pre-war technology as either mystical artifacts beyond understanding or simple salvage value, the Reclamation Project approached these systems with respectful comprehension, understanding principles that could be adapted rather than merely mimicked. The afternoon transitioned to practical preparation for implementation phase, each team member contributing specialized knowledge to comprehensive restoration planning. Thomas established environmental monitoring protocols that would ensure safe working conditions during underground infrastructure operations, identifying potential hazard indicators requiring immediate evacuation versus manageable conditions appropriate for continued work. Rebecca and Michael developed security parameters for expanded operational radius, creating awareness network that would provide appropriate warning of potential threats without requiring excessive defensive resources that might detract from restoration focus. As evening approached once more, Professor Crawford conducted comprehensive review of their 3-day assessment findings, validating initial project premises, while refining implementation approach based on direct environmental documentation rather than theoretical projection. The results exceeded even their cautiously optimistic expectations. Infrastructure more recoverable, structural integrity more preserved, implementation requirements more achievable with Commonwealth available resources than pre-expedition estimates had suggested. Our initial demonstration phase can proceed with strong probability of successful outcome, he concluded after methodical review of documented findings. Water infrastructure restoration represents achievable objective within reasonable time frame and resource parameters. Secondary electrical distribution recovery becomes viable once water systems achieve operational status. Structural rehabilitation can proceed concurrently through distributed effort approach requiring minimal specialized equipment. Most significantly, their assessment had confirmed the project's fundamental premise, that Boston's ruins contained not merely salvage opportunity, but restoration potential, that systematic reclamation could succeed where haphazard scavenging had failed, that knowledge application rather than mere resource consumption could transform devastation into renewal, Where most Commonwealth inhabitants viewed the city as dangerous relic of lost civilization, the Reclamation Project recognized foundation for potential rebirth through methodical implementation rather than resigned acceptance of permanent decline. Their evening meal carried the satisfied accomplishment of mission objectives achieved, not through lowered standards or compromised assessment, but through comprehensive documentation that validated core project concepts while providing practical implementation guidance. Unlike the desperate celebration common throughout the wasteland when mere survival had been temporarily secured, their shared satisfaction emerged from genuine progress towards civilization restoration, rather than merely delayed destruction. Tomorrow we return to Green Tree Settlement with our findings, Professor Crawford outlined as they finalized documentation and secured crucial materials for transport. The implementation phase requires resources beyond our current expedition capacity, additional personnel with specialized skills, manufacturing capability for replacement components, sustained logistical support during restoration process. Our assessment documentation provides compelling demonstration of concept viability that should facilitate partnership development with Commonwealth settlements seeking participation in something beyond mere survival. This transition from assessment to implementation represented a critical juncture in their project's evolution, the point where theoretical concept required practical community engagement to achieve meaningful scale. Unlike idealistic dreamers who might imagine transformation without acknowledging resource requirements, the Reclamation Project had developed comprehensive understanding of both restoration potential and implementation necessities, creating foundation for genuine, rather than merely symbolic, reclamation. As they prepared for morning departure, the operations center they had established represented more than temporary expedition outpost. It embodied foundation for systematic restoration that might eventually transform how the Commonwealth viewed urban ruins. Maps, documentation, and implementation plans covering the walls testified to knowledge accumulated through methodical assessment rather than mere scavenging instinct. Environmental monitoring equipment positioned throughout their operational radius would continue gathering data even during their temporary absence, providing continuous information flow supporting eventual implementation phase. The reclamation has begun, Dr. Chen noted with quiet satisfaction as she secured her comprehensive documentation journals for transport, not merely in physical restoration, though that remains our tangible objective, but in conceptual transformation, demonstrating that systematic rehabilitation represents viable alternative to either desperate scavenging or resigned abandonment. Each building restored, each system reactivated, each space reclaimed from devastation, represents not merely physical reconstruction, but restoration of possibility itself. This philosophical perspective captured their project's deeper significance beyond mere infrastructure rehabilitation, where Commonwealth settlements had adapted to wasteland conditions through pragmatic acceptance of limitations. The Reclamation Project proposed deliberate transformation through knowledge application and systematic implementation, not denying harsh realities, but refusing to accept them as permanent, rather than addressable through sufficient understanding and methodical approach. As dawn approached on their fourth day, final preparations for departure proceeded with the same methodical efficiency that had characterized their entire operation. Equipment was secured for transport with appropriate protection against wasteland hazards. Documentation was organized for effective presentation to potential implementation partners. The security measures for their temporary departure were established, to protect both physical resources and compiled knowledge until their return, with expanded implementation capability. The morning light revealed their small team standing once more at the bank building entrance, prepared for a return journey to Greentree Settlement, where expanded resources could be mobilized for implementation phase. Unlike their arrival as uncertain visionaries with theoretical concept requiring validation, they departed as confirmed assessors with documented findings supporting practical restoration approach. The commercial district around them no longer represented merely abandoned ruins, but mapped potential. Buildings whose stability had been verified, infrastructure whose recovery had been charted, spaces whose reclamation had been planned rather than merely imagined. The Commonwealth views these ruins as reminders of what was lost, Professor Crawford observed as they prepared for departure. Our assessment confirms they can become foundation for what might be rebuilt, not through nostalgia for pre-war conditions we cannot fully restore, nor through denial of wasteland realities we cannot simply ignore, but through knowledge application that transforms destruction into opportunity for deliberate reconstruction, according to current needs rather than past patterns. This balanced perspective represented the Reclamation Project's fundamental approach, neither clinging to impossible recreation of pre-war society nor surrendering to permanent acceptance of wasteland degradation, but thoughtful adaptation creating sustainable future from salvageable past. As they departed the commercial district with comprehensive documentation securing their findings, they carried not merely assessment results, but transformation potential. The validated belief that systematic reclamation could succeed where desperate scavenging had failed, that knowledge application could rebuild what violence had destroyed, that determination could reclaim what chaos had claimed. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.